Where's everybody at? Where's everybody at? Ugh. You know, I weighed myself this morning. I was 232 pounds. That's crazy. For no reason. No reason whatsoever. 232 pounds, bro. Just a D1 linebacker for no reason. It's kind of crazy. 232 pounds is the most I've weighed in a long time. I think the last time I weighed over 230 pounds, I was 19 years old. I was less than 20 years old, so that's crazy. It's all these animal products. All these animal products, man. You got me all this protein. All this protein and creatine, man. It's probably just the creatine, honestly. It's probably mostly it's probably just the creatine, to be honest. It's like creatine you gain, it's like 5 pounds, 5 pounds of water usually. So yeah, I guess that's about right. I was like 227, 226 before, so I don't know. But getting stronger in the gym, that's for sure. That's for sure. I did 185 on the bench for 12 with no spotter, so that's pretty good. Could have done more. Could have eked out a few more. That's not bad. I did 195 on the bench for, I think it was 8. Yeah, probably could have done 10 maybe, but I probably would have needed a spotter for that. And, we can't get spotters around here because, meeting new people and all that, they start talking to you. You don't want that. Don't want that. That's too much, man. That's not worth the spotter. Not worth the spotter. I'll do without the spot. Um, I'd rather risk the weight crushing me, killing me instantly, than talking to someone. Did front squats. Only been doing front squats. No back squats because I don't want to injure my back again. And it's just too. It's better form if you do front squats. It forces you to have good form because back squat, if you fail a back squat, it's because your legs literally cannot get the weight up. So yeah, you can go heavier, but it also allows you to get away with a lot more improper form. You can bend your back over a lot more, strain your back a lot. Um, you don't have to go as deep. It doesn't force you to be as flexible. Like the front squats, because you don't fail a front squat because your legs can't get it up. You fail a front squat because your back isn't straight enough. you can't keep the weight up on your shoulders. So it's a lot more core work, a lot more forces your upper back and your lower back to really keep straight. And so probably only do front squats for the rest of my life. I don't think I'll ever go back to back squats. Don't want to risk it. But what did I do on front squats? I did worked up to 185 for a set of. I think we did 185 for a set of 8 or 10. Maybe, did we go higher than that? Did we go higher than 185? Possibly. We go to 195. Basically, I was front squatting the same weight I was benching, which is, I don't know. Either way, my Wilks score, I think your Wilks is how much weight you can lift relative to your body weight, is absolute dog shit. So still not impressive at all, but absolute trash. But we're getting, we're doing something. We're doing something in the world, you know, moving. So, but yeah, getting stronger, getting stronger. That's for sure. I still run, but not on leg day. Still trying to run about 3 miles every time I go to the gym. But not on leg day. We don't run on leg day. But yeah, kind of the updates. Those are the updates. Marshall, I just don't like you no more. Yeah. Nice, nice one. Alluding to the movie. Hoffman, you eat a steak every day? Really? Eat a steak every day? See, I've noticed that when I have more like steak and cheese, or dairy, like probably just the steak, honestly. It's kind of, I notice, I don't know, I just kind of feel a little tight in the chest a little bit, a little short of breath, I guess, but maybe I'm just imagining it, but I don't know. I'm trying to balance out all the potentially negative effects of heavy animal product consumption with a lot of antioxidants and polyphenols and a lot of fiber. So, and having like a salad and berries, cranberries, raspberries, blueberries, blackberries. Have beets, a couple beets a day. Some, the arugula in, the spinach, get some nitrates in, nuts, seeds, and I mix some 100% unsweetened cocoa in my oats in the morning. So have some cottage cheese, some um, Greek yogurt, good for the gut. So just trying to even it out, just even it out, I guess. I don't know. I don't know. Balance, right? Balance. You want balance in everything. Balance in everything. Looking at that. Oh, the bar over your collarbone? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep. Hack squat is a nice machine, but my hack squat is like a partial hack squat. It's not the ones where you get under the pads with your shoulders. The pads aren't right here. The pads are like down by your lower back. It's like a half hack squat. And then your torso is just free open. And it's weird. I don't like that one. I don't like that hack squat. That one's trash. I wish there probably is, but I just haven't looked. There's always people on leg press for some reason, but I don't know. I'm not really a fan of like the leg machines. I'd rather just do squats, rather just do front squats. I will do leg extensions and leg curls though. Eat meat until heart attack. Eating mostly carnivore keto had a massive positive effect on my health. Like what? What'd I do? How do you guys eat like all this butter and this meat? Do you guys eat any like any greens or anything? Is it just straight meat? Like you guys are sure you're good? You getting your blood checked? All levels are good. You guys feel good? You guys are any greens, any fruits, anything with it, or just meat and butter and dairy and any any carbs at all? Oats are the cheapest thing ever to eat. I actually think rice is the cheapest thing ever to eat. I think it gets cheaper than rice per calorie. You're talking price per calorie. I think rice kind of beats everything. Now you need to start counting calories. No, I'm not counting calories. I think that's a psyop. I think counting calories is a psyop. I don't believe in that shit. I think that's just mental illness, to be honest. I mean, how are we counting like our food? Like, I don't know. That's just weird to me. Go back to 10 to 20-minute videos. No way I'm sifting through hours of this shit to find the funny parts. You just want the funny parts? You don't want like the insightful parts? Is that all I'm good for? This is green tea, by the way. Matcha green tea with turmeric. Yeah, the 10 to 20-minute videos, I mean, I might. I mean, I guess I can't. I don't know. I just have to figure out something to talk about. Something to talk about. I get tired of complaining, you know. I don't really want to be like a complainer at all. Find my old videos were just basically just complaining all the time. I don't really want I want to stop like complaining about stuff. I mean, I'm analyzing, but I'm also complaining at the same time. I mean, I'll try, man. I'll try to go back to 10 to 20-minute videos, but I can't. I mean, I have to figure out something to talk about. I don't really have I don't know. I'll try. Give it a shot, but no promises. I think cheese is the cheapest per calorie. Yeah, you might be right. Yeah, because all that fat, very high in calories. Yeah, you might be right. Are you healing? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Although I did see something the other day. This is how gay I am, dude. Just in case there's something to it. I'm kind of superstitious in a way. But I was scrolling through the YouTube feed the other day, and I see this I see this photo. It's a meme, and it just says, "If you are seeing this, the curse is lifted. Have a good day." Took a screenshot of it, just in case my life completely changes since that point. That was June 2nd. That was June 2nd. Um, my last nut was June 3rd. So who knows, man? Who knows? Who knows? Maybe just had to get that last bit of nasty out of me, and who knows, man? Stranger things have happened. Maybe there was a curse on me the last decade or so. Honey Rom, yeah, Honey Rom lifted the curse. God, I'd be forever indebted to her. Honey Rom. Where do we think she's from? She's got to be from. What is the accent, man? It's not French. It's not French. She's something, but it's like Europe. It's European for sure. I don't think that's French though. What do we think it is? What's a country over there that she could be from? Sounds a bit German, but it's not German. Maybe it's she's in some mountain somewhere. There's some mountains. So she's probably in like is she in the Alps or something? She might be in the Alps. She could be Swiss. She could be Swiss. Is she from Switzerland? Romania? You think she's Romanian? Armenian? Romania Woods? I like Romania. I like the idea of Romania. I like the idea. I mean, Alla knows. Alla, you're from Estonia. You should know what her accent is from, right? Do like Europeans know accents like that? You should know where her accent is from. Don't you guys all like recognize instantly like, oh, this accent's from here? Or are you guys not like that? Is it not like that over there? East European. Okay, so she's East European. That narrows it down, really. Only like fucking 30 countries in Eastern Europe. What countries are over there, man? Let's look at some countries here. Let's look at some countries here. Where could she be from? She's not Italian. She could be Hungarian. She could be Hungarian. Romania. There's Serbia, Moldova, Croatia, Austria. I want to say she's like from Romania or Hungary, somewhere where there's mountains though. She's in some mountains somewhere. She's in some mountain somewhere. Hungarian, yes, probably. Yeah. Her accent, though, sounds very familiar. Also imitated her easily, so, She's Slavic or not? I don't think she's Slavic. Where are you? Where are you? Where are you, Honey Rob? The Banshee of Romania, the Banshee of Hungary, Honey Rom. Honey Rom. She only ever sent me one email, and that was it. And then she disappeared. Forever to torture my mind, my soul. What was I? How did we get on Honey Rom? Oh yeah, because of the curse. Yeah, because of the curse. Yeah, because there's a curse lifted. I'm thinking there might be a curse lifted. Maybe. Let's not speak too soon, but all right. So the Banshees of Inisherin. The Banshees of Inisherin. Who's seen this movie before? Oh. Sure, the day Wilson arrived. Oh shit! Did Wilson arrive on June 2nd? I check my Amazon. Wilson arrived on June 2nd. I'm a fucking shit. Oh my god. That's crazy, bro. That's crazy. Wilson arrived on June 2nd, bro. Oh my god. That's crazy. Holy shit. Maybe Wilson was sent by Hani Ram? Who are you sent by? Of course. Says he doesn't speak English right now. Of course. How convenient. Weird. Weird. You've seen it in Bruges, but not Banshees. Is it similar? You know, I can't remember in Bruges, but I'm gonna have to watch that one again. I've seen it a couple times. I know they both end up dead. um, yeah, it's not quite similar now. But if you guys have never seen it and you want to watch it, I would suggest just don't watch this because there's gonna be spoilers. But just watch it. Come back and watch it after you watch it. But I thought this movie was phenomenal, personally. Um, movie was like really relatable to me. Uh, it felt very appropriate for my life currently at the moment. Just for my life in general, kind of. But um, yeah, the basic gist is it's set on a small island off the coast of Ireland, and it's set in the 1920s. It's backdrop of the civil war going on in Ireland at the time between I don't know, the IRA and someone. But that war is going on the mainland, but this is an island of Inisherin off the coast of it. Very rural, pasture like, very quiet. Um, and the story is about two friends, longtime friends, and one of them doesn't want to be friends with the other no more. One of them's called Colin Sonny Larry, who's played by Brendan Gleeson. I think it's Brendan Gleeson. And the other is Park. I'm not sure what his last name is, but he's played by Colin Farrell. And Colin Sonny Larry doesn't want to be friends with Park anymore. Um, um, basically, just one day he tells him like, because there's this pub that they always drink at, the same bar that they always drink at, and basically he tells him one day he says, go sit somewhere else. And he's like, what? He's like, yeah, go sit somewhere else. And he tells him, he says, I just don't like you no more. And basically, the gist of it is he's getting old, right? These guys are both older. He's getting old, and he wants to leave like a legacy behind. He doesn't want to just keep, wasting his time drinking and having aimless chatting with his friend. Um, basically, you have like there are two different types of guys. Like Park is very simple. This is the Colin Farrell dude. He's very simple, right? Very. We all know people like this, but there are people in life that they can do the same thing for their entire lives and they're completely fine with it, right? They're not looking to make a mark on humanity. They take joy in the simple, mundane of life. They are usually characteristically classified as simple people. Um, Dull. He's even referred to as dull in this movie. Colum thinks Park is dull, and he has aimless. He says useless things. He has aimless chatting. He says, "What I don't want to spend the rest of my life, just sitting at a bar with some simple man having aimless chatting." And Park says, "I didn't say aimless chatting. I said good, normal chatting." But Park is, I mean, in one sense, the movie is so complicated. It is so simple, but it's actually like extremely complicated. You can look at these two different characters in extremely different ways. You can look at their motives. You can analyze them in all these different ways. But Park, he loves Colin, right? At least, that's one way of looking at it. That's one way of looking at it. Is like he loves Colin. He loves his friend that he's been friends with forever, right? And he wants to just keep going to this pub, and keep talking and keep getting drunk and keep smoking, and that's everything to him. And just chatting, right? Just chatting about anything. Just it doesn't even matter, man. It doesn't even matter as long as I'm chatting with you, as long as we're here, as long as we're doing the same things. He'll do the same things for his entire life. He wants to, take care of his animals on his farm and go to the pub and drink beer. And it's, I mean, it's beautiful. It's something that I can't, I have a hard time relating to, you know, I have a hard time relating to people like that. I, in a way, I have a hard time relating to them. In a way, I wish I could be them. I wish it were that simple for me. And I have friends, you know, I'm thinking of this movie actually reminded me of my good friend right now who lives down in Richmond. I would probably say that this dynamic is very illustrative. It's almost too accurate of um of my friendship with him. I would be Column in this scenario, and he would be Park. Um, my friend is all about just like people and he has no problem reaching out. He always reaches out to me, you know. Um, you know, just wants to do things and wants to chat, and there's no big goals, right? He's not trying to leave a legacy. He's not trying to leave a mark on humanity. He likes people. He likes his family. He likes his friends. They mean everything to him, and it's just enough for him to spend time with them and have experiences with them. And he, he doesn't need to figure out the secrets to the universe. It doesn't need to be some deep conversations. Um, and I truly think that's a beautiful thing. You can look at these people in different ways. Don't get me wrong. I can and I probably will, you know, analyze Park in sort of a darker way. You could analyze Park in a dark way for sure, but you can also analyze him as he just, you know, he just likes people. Just likes people. He just wants to be nice. He's a nice guy. He's a nice guy. That's what everybody says about him. He's nice. There's even a moment where he storms into the bar because Colum, you know, tells him, "Hey, you have to stop talking to me." He says, "Stop talking to me. I don't like you no more." And you feel for Park because it's like, you know, this friendship is everything to him. And even though he's a lot more simple than his friend, um, you know, you don't really feel like it's that justifies Colum just telling him, "Hey, I don't want to be friends with you no more. Stop talking to me." He literally says, "Stop talking to me," because Park is he's very insistent. He's very insistent. He doesn't, you know, he has very low. You could say he has low social awareness. Um, he has a hard time. It's almost like he really does struggle with the idea of just giving up on someone or just not talking to them. You know, even if they want you to, even if they want you to, he really struggles with that idea. And so he, you know, Colin tells him like, "Hey man, you have to stop talking to me." And there's a night where Park gets drunk and he like storms into the bar and you know he basically is like he's basically just like insulting, you know, he's just angry and he's insulting Colin. And Colin says you know, something like, you know, I'm making music because, you know, there are people who made music, you know, 2 centuries ago and we still remember their names. We remember who they are. We remember them for their music, for the music they created. You want to know how many people were remembered for being nice? And he's like, zero. Zero people were remembered for being nice. And Park is like, um, he basically just doesn't understand, like, he thinks that niceness lasts forever. He thinks that niceness lasts forever. Music, he's like, Colin says, music lasts forever. He's like, so does niceness. My mother was nice. I'll remember her. My daddy was nice. I remember him. My sister is nice. I'll remember her. I'll remember her forever. You know, he just doesn't. He doesn't understand. But Colin's just trying to, you know, he says, you know, I only got like 10, 15 more years left in my life, and I just want to make something of it before, you know, before I go. Park's like, are you dying? He's like, no. He's like, then we got loads of time. You got loads of time. But it I understand Column's point of view too, you know, because I can't count how many times there have been people in my life that I just think are a waste of time. In fact, most people I think are a waste of time. I view them as a waste of time, you know. Um, that's how Column is like thinking of Park is like you're a waste of time now. I can't be talking with you anymore. I can't be spending my time with you anymore. My time is valuable and it's running out. And I just want to be remembered for something. And I just want to put, you know, I'm trying to leave a legacy here. And you're, you know, you just like constantly taking up my time. Just being my friend is getting in the way of this. And you know, and yeah, I definitely relate to that. I feel like I kind of don't really have friends because of that reason. You know, I'm always trying to do something that I think is, you know, trying to leave your legacy, you know, trying to make something last here, trying to do something meaningful or important or do something that you're passionate about or whatever. I can't just spend my time just, you know, going to the bar and like watching games and doing, you know, just hanging out and just, you know, having the same like endless you know, useless conversations, you know, with people. And yeah, you know, I felt that, you know, for a lot of my life, basically all of my life. I'm pretty sure that's why I just kind of stay away from people because I see them as like, oh, you're going to distract me, you're going to waste my time, you're going to divert my energy, which should be used towards something else, something more productive. Um, so you know, I understand his sort of position. Um, but it takes an interesting turn because Porrick really struggles with not being friends with him. You know, you really see how much he means to him. He can't stop bothering him. He can't stop talking to him. He can't stop like leaving him alone. And it really upsets him. It really upsets him. And eventually what Colum says is, hey man, if you don't stop talking to me, the next time you bother me, I'm going to chop off one of my fingers. And each time you bother me after that, I'm going to chop off another finger until either you stop or I have no fingers left. And I'm going to do it on my fiddle hand, right? Because he plays the violin, the fiddle. So, you know, he holds it like this. He's going to do it on this hand, the one that hits the strings or whatever. It's like, I'll do it on my fiddle hand. He's like, you leave me no choice. And Parek's like, what do you mean? There's loads of choices. How are you going to fingers? How are you going to fingers? And this is an interesting moment because most people in their right mind wouldn't jump to self-mutilation as a way to make someone stop, you know, talking to them. And it kind of gives you an insight into how Colum is thinking. You might think that maybe he thinks Park can't stop. He won't stop. And the thing is, Park is not really the problem here. Park is not the problem. The problem is Colum's thoughts about Park and about his legacy and about music, making music, right? That's the problem here. The problem is not Park. The problem is his Colum's own mind about, you know, I need to leave a legacy. I can't be hanging out with Park anymore. I gotta play music. I gotta, you know, write music. I gotta do this, gotta do that. And so you might think maybe maybe he's threatening to chop off his fingers for every time Park talks to him because he knows that Park will not be able to stop talking to him. And so that means he will eventually have to chop off all his fingers, which means eventually he won't be able to play music and the problem will be solved. The problem now is that he's able to play music, right? And so there's this competition between, you know, do I hang out with my friends or do I play music, you know, leave a legacy? And so he's trying to get rid of, you know, one of these options. And he even suggests there's a scene kind of later in the movie that kind of suggests as much. The amazing thing is that they think Park thinks that, you know, like, wow, he's serious if he's threatening to chop off all his fingers. But then I don't know, he still can't stop himself. So, you know, you don't know if he's serious until he actually does it. Which he ends up doing. He ends up chopping one of his fingers off because Park talks to him one too many times, and he ends up throwing his finger at Park's door on his doorstep. Park opens the door, sees Colin walking away, and looks down, and there's a finger there. So you think that would really end it? That would really stop him from talking to him? Which it does for a good amount of time. Um, Bro, why am I even fucking talking about this? Jesus Christ. It's a good movie. It's a good movie. I don't really feel like recapping the rest of it. Honestly, I'm tired. I'm tired, bro. I don't know. I don't know what's wrong with me, bro. I'm just not really feeling it. I'm just not really feeling it. It's a good movie. I relate to it a lot. Oh, you try and try and try. Was kind of a perfect example of how if that was me like making a video, that would have been, what was that? I think I was talking for, what was I talking for? Like 28 minutes or like 30 minutes or something like that. And that would have been 30 minutes of like completely wasted time. And then I would have just turned the camera off. You know what I mean? Because it's not good. It's just not good enough. It's not good enough for me. It's not good enough for me, you know? And, I get angry I get angry when something I'm trying to do is just not, it's just not good enough. And, you waste fucking 30 minutes and then you waste an hour, you're doing multiple takes and they're just all garbage. And, I don't know, you just get tired of it, man. I don't know. It's like, what's the fucking point? What's the fucking point? Just another dude doing a movie review. It doesn't fucking matter. Um, that's why I don't really make videos anymore, because it's like there's so much pressure to just, make a good video. And a lot of the times it just, my standards for like what I consider a good enough video to publish I don't know. It's like I don't, just a lot of wasted time, man. A lot of wasted time. I mean, you guys see like the finished product. You see this video. Oh, great. I can just turn it on and just listen. It's just so easy. But you don't see You don't see how much. You don't see how much it takes to do that all in like one take and have it be good enough. It's not like I can just. It's not like I can just do that on cue. I can't just do that. Can't just turn the camera on and just do that. It takes many attempts. Takes many attempts. A lot of wasted hours. A lot of hours of just shit that you'll never see. Oh, we want the 10 to 20-minute videos. No, I'm not sifting through this 3-hour garbage. I want the 10 to 20-minute videos. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. You guys don't even know how to spell. My chat is like actually retarded. What the hell is this shit? There's a character in the movie, Miss McCormick, and she's the Banshee. Even though nobody calls her the Banshee, but she's the Banshee. And she kind of just watches everything play out. She doesn't say much. She's tiny, old woman. Looks like a witch. She has a pipe. Pipe. She just kind of watches everything happen. I find her comforting. I like her. I like her. She's not trying to do nothing. Not trying to do nothing. She has no goals, no aims, no motivations. She just is watching. She's just kind of around everything. She just observes. She takes a very quiet amusement in things. Yeah, I like that. I love the movie. It's a great movie. It's a great movie. Fantastic movie. Yeah, Honk, you'll probably like it. You'll probably like this one. I should ban people for not being able to spell. You guys come here to talk with each other? Maybe I should just sit here so you guys can all talk to each other. Maybe I don't have to do anything. Maybe just booting up the live stream is enough. I'm in a period where I'm not texting nobody back anymore. Not texting my friends back. I'm kind of tired of like parasocial stuff. I don't think it's really worth much. It's almost like, either you're in my life, like I see you regularly, and you're like making an effort, contribution, and then I'll do the same. Or like I'm just not gonna, I'm just not gonna, I'm not gonna, you're just not. I don't. Like I don't know who you are anymore, you know what I mean? Like I'm good. I don't need like I just don't I don't I don't need to be on. It's like people are weird, like they want to maintain some sort of contact with you like over the phone or like over text, um but only like when it suits their schedule and they're not they're not really there when it comes down to it, you know what I mean? When you try to schedule like actual plans to meet up in real life and like hang out and do stuff, like people just if it's like they're just not they're not about it. So most people are just I don't know, it's weird. It's like Those people are just full of shit. They don't. They just want to keep you for like a future date. You know what I mean? Like they wanna keep you in the fridge or something like that. Just make sure you're still good. Make sure you haven't gone bad or anything, and then. Hmm. But like it's just I don't really. When like friends like call me or like text me, I feel like I used to feel like I had to like text back or like call, pick up their phone calls or something like that. And if I didn't, like I wasn't a good friend or a good person or anything like that. And I don't think I think that anymore. Um, because you pick up and you text back, but then when you call them or you want to hang out with them or you text them, like they don't reciprocate. They don't reciprocate in the same way. So I would always, be available to them and they're not always available to me. And people don't appreciate what's always available to them, even though I think it's nice. I think it's nice. And then once you change your behavior, once your behavior changes at all, people start being like, "Oh shit, like what's wrong with you?" Like, dude, you're unwell or like are you depressed or are you alive or whatever. Like, "Oh, something's wrong. Something's wrong with you because you're not always available. You've changed the way that you interact and stuff." Like I don't hang out with my brother ever, and I don't really have a desire to hang out with my brother or talk to him. So, I wished him a happy birthday, but like we don't need to go out and like I don't need to buy you dinner or like we don't need to do anything more than that. I don't need to send you a gift or anything like that because we don't need to like pretend here. We don't need to be pretending. I saw a comment on something the other day. It was like on was it a video or was it like some meme or something on YouTube, and it was like I forget what it actually was. That was like the subject of it. It was something like, you're paying to live here on like how did the government that's what it was. How did the government take over the earth and then charge me for being here? You know what I mean? And then one of the comments was like, "Yeah, why am I playing make believe with grown ass adults?" And I was just like, "Damn. I've never heard it said like that." Like that was perfectly said. I've never heard it said like that. Why am I playing make believe with grown ass adults? That's what life feels like. It feels like I'm playing make believe with grown ass adults, bro. That's what it feels like. They charge you taxes, but like taxes are like imaginary, you know what I mean? You only pay them because you don't want like penalties, right? But like money is imaginary too, right? Like, and you only, like everything's just imaginary, bro. If you don't care about like, you just don't care about I mean, I guess eventually the main threat is, they apparently they can, things get bad enough they can throw you in a prison, for not complying to the make believe rules. Like, oh, you don't want to play house with us? You don't want to play house with us? Okay, you're in prison. It's like, okay, 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 bro. Right. Okay. Yeah, I don't know why that is, man, when you're always available to people, they don't they don't say, "Wow, amazing. They're just always there. This is great. I should treat them really well. Should treat them really good." No. What people think is, "Oh, they're always there. So they'll always be there. It doesn't matter how I treat them. They'll always be there." But people don't understand, man. People don't understand like I give people a lot, I really do. I give people a lot. Friendships mean a lot to me. I do give people a lot, man. And I do prioritize, I make, maybe it's just the fact that I've never had a girlfriend that like takes away more of my time. But I always make time for my friends because usually I only have like ever have like one main friend at a time. And so they're a real big part of my life and I really value the friendships. And I can think of three different ones that I've done all the same things to, where like, well, one of them doesn't really count because that one was a girl. And it was like kind of got like romantic and weird and I just had to leave. Just had to leave because it wasn't a good situation. But yeah, I do give a lot to my friends and my friendships, but I expect a lot. I expect a lot, and that's where I fuck up because they can't give me the same sort of time, or availability or commitment as I can give to them. And that's not their fault. It's my fault. It's my fault for not, for just not having like other people in my life and other demands on my time and competing sort of bandwidth and energy and but yeah, I don't know. I can't tell you how many times I've tried to make, with people that live, an hour away or they live like a couple states away or whatever. Try to set up something, try to set up a get together or in just a couple days or 3 days, or we all just, get together, hang out or whatever. Because we're all like texting in a group chat all the time. So it's like, well, we should we should get together. And like nobody, like they just nobody wants to do that, man. Like, okay, so you guys just like aren't actually about it. Like you want to just like share videos and like stupid memes and like random music and then just like what? Like, oh yeah, cool. Like is this all we're gonna be like for the rest of the time? Is just like sending music to each other? Like I'm good. I think I'm good on that. Like, I don't know. I mean, if we're just gonna send music to each other, I mean, I don't need to text you anymore. We don't need a call. Like we don't need to talk over the phone. You know? People are just gonna people are just gonna like come up with excuses why they can't do things and reschedule you like multiple times and they think like there's no punishment for that. They think there's no consequences for these actions. It's like you can't treat people like this, man. Like I can be around for a long time until the day I'm not. And you'll never fucking see me again. You'll never hear from me again. Promise you. I give a lot of chances, man, but the thing is I'm not supposed to have to tell people how to act. I'm not supposed to tell people how to act, man. It's just insane. Like if I have to tell you how to act, like if I have to tell you like you can't treat people like that, and there's a problem. How do you not know this? I don't know. My bad thoughts are getting the best of me right now. Oh, okay. We don't gotta know like where you're going or like what you're doing. Like you always say like be right back, bro. It's fine. Like you don't need to let us know anything. I mean, I guess you can let other people. Maybe you need to let other people know in the chat, but like if you're letting me know, like, bro, I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit where you are, what you're watching, what you're eating, what you're doing. Like, I don't give a fuck, man. Just do your thing, man. Just do your thing. Well, the problem is there's a lot of people that use people. There's a lot of people that think that they like people and that they love people, right? But I'm not sure it's that. I think they use people to fill some sort of emptiness inside of themselves. Kind of what the Banshees of Inisherin was kind of about. You could look at it that way. That's one of the ways you could analyze the Banshees of Inisherin is that you could say that Parik was incapable of being alone, you know? that he didn't really love Colum. He just, you know, Colum filled some sort of void inside of himself. You even saw it when his sister left. His sister left the island. She left because she got a job. She got a job on the mainland. And then she, she was gone and he was the only one living in his house, right? And he wasn't talking to Colum, right? Because Colum doesn't, he wants him to not talk with him, right? And so Parik is just like, he's going so mentally insane that he brings all of the farm animals into his house. So you see a horse, you see a cow, you see his donkey, you see all of these animals are inside his house. While he eats, while he reads, while he smokes, while he sleeps, he even brings them into the bedroom, right? The man cannot be alone. And that's one way of looking at Parik, is like, okay, you just can't be alone. Another way of looking at him is that, we're kind of the same way of looking at him. Um, I mean, he can't stop talking to his friend, right? He cannot leave him alone. Even though Colum is saying, look, man, I need you to leave me alone. Like, he's like, what about us? Or there is no us in this. He's like, you can't just, it can't just be you. And Colum's like, yeah, I can. It can just be me. And Park's like, but what about me? You know what I mean? If the thing that helps another person, the thing that they depend on, is also what like hurts another person, what do you do? You know what I mean? What do you do? Because Park could say, hey man, you're not my friend, like you're not hanging out with me, you're not talking, you want me to not talk to you, you want nothing to do with me. This is destroying me. This is destroying me. Do you even care about me? If you cared about me, you would stop just thinking about yourself here and what you need. You would think about what I need too. But on the same side, Colum being friends with Park and talking with Park and not, devoting himself to his music, that's what's destroying him. That's destroying him. The priest in the beginning of the movie says, "Is your how's the despair?" He asked him in confession. He asked Colum in confession, "How's the despair?" Almost one of the very first scenes of the movie. How's the despair? And Colum says it's gone away a bit, or it's kind of gone. And that's because he's playing music and he's told Park to stop bothering him, and he's been playing the violin and he's been enjoying himself, right? He said, "How's the despair?" It's not really there. But towards the end of the movie, he's in confession again, and he asked him again. He said, is the despair back?" This is at a point when he's basically Colum is just not going to leave him alone. And he said, yeah, it's back a bit. He's like, "Are you gonna do anything about it?" And he says, "No, I'm not gonna do anything about it." It's kind of like this sort of a self-sacrifice in a way. I mean, the whole thing's crazy because he cuts one finger off. I don't know. I don't really feel like explaining the rest. I don't really feel like explaining the rest. I just kind of feel like there's just a block. Like I don't feel like it. I don't know. I lost the plot in a way. I don't really feel like, I'm trying to like remember the movie and it's not there. So, but so many things I think about this movie. Yet I'm having such a hard time putting it into words. Gotta love it. Gotta love that. Isn't it crazy how we can understand so much and not be able to say any of it? Isn't that crazy? I think a lot of us like we make the mistake of thinking, oh, just because somebody can't articulate what they're trying to say, it kind of comes out bumbled or whatever. You just kind of think, oh, okay, they're just kind of stupid, or they don't really know what they're talking about, or they don't really know anything, or anything like that. No, it's not. I think that's a mistake. People can know a great deal and just really struggle with putting it into words, struggle with articulating it. There are probably people that know quite a bit. They understand quite a bit, and they come off as just very simple people. Come off kind of stupid, but they probably have a pretty good idea of what's going on. They just never bother to, because putting what you know into words in a way that people can understand is a skill, and it takes a lot of work, a lot of practice. And then there's the idea of like, do you really know? Maybe you feel like you know things, but do you really know them if you can't put them into words? How would you how would you prove that you know it if you can't put it into words? Well, that's no, that's not the same thing. What about dolphins and ravens? Aren't they supposed to be smart, but because they can't prove it verbally in our language, we can't know what they actually understand? Well, no, I mean, that's just a language barrier. They might be communicating hella shit, super articulate in raven speak or in dolphin speak. You know, all the dolphins and ravens might be like, hell, damn, that motherfucker's smart because they're so articulate in dolphin speak and raven speak, but they just can't. They just don't know English. So that's the difference there. I'm not talking about somebody who knows a different language, but like somebody who knows French but can't speak English. You know, obviously they're gonna seem dumb to me because I don't know what the fuck they're saying. I'm talking about somebody who knows how to speak English but can't put what they know into words into a language that I understand. I'm not talking about that. I'm not talking about a language barrier. I'm talking about a articulation barrier. And the other thing is, do you really want to know what you know? You really want to articulate what you know? You really want it. You really want it spoken out. Might be pretty upset, kind of surprised or disappointed. Disappointed. I think that's a lot of what I have is, you always sound smarter. You think you're smarter. Think you're more insightful and more deeper and all this stuff. And then once you open your mouth, you you unfortunately see that you sound a lot like other people. And it's like, wait, no, that's not right. That's not right. I must no, I have to sound different than other people because I know more than other people. I'm smarter than other people. Smart in what way? Yeah, no, different ways, but smart is not just one thing. Get disappointed a lot in listening to myself. So I'm just like, damn, like you just kind of sound like you don't sound as good as you think you do. I gotta pee. Let me get some more tea. Oh, wow, we got our first super chat. An hour and 40 minutes in. Thank you, Ray Ash, for the $15. Says thanks for the stream. Thank you. Thank you. It's the least I can do, I guess. It shouldn't really be that hard. I should just, I should just get on stream every single day, 4 hours a day for 30 days and see how much I make at the end of it, but for some reason I can't do that. I just always get in my head about things. You're just always worried about having a good stream. But streams are weird, they're not like videos. You can have an hour or 2 hours of just garbage, and then you can have an hour of just absolute fire. Streams are interesting in that way. They're very variable. They're a lot more illustrative of real life in that way. I like that. I like that. You can be retarded for a couple hours and then be a genius for 15 minutes. It's worth it. You guys think you can forgive people? Yeah. I guess the question is, what does forgiveness look like? I think you can forgive people while still. You can never talk to a person again and forgive them. Yes? I don't see why not. I don't see why not. I don't see why not. There are certain people in your life that are just not good for you. Um, that you don't hold anything against, and you understand them and you have space for them, but you understand that they just can't, they're just not a good person for you to have in your life. And there's nothing wrong with that. I don't think you should be a person that's just like, oh, if you don't want to talk to a person or you don't want to deal with a person, you want to, ghost a person for all of your life or for the rest of your life. Um, it doesn't mean that there's something wrong with you. Like, to say that, said another way, it would be like, you have to talk to me. I have to be in your life or there is something wrong with you. For anyone to say that, it's a little more understandable when a family member says something like that, but when say just like somebody that you met at work that you had a couple of drinks with, or you were friends with for 6 months or something like that, or a year or a couple years, and then they say, something like, if you can't talk to me, or you don't want me in your life, or you can't be friends with me, like there's something wrong with you. You know what I mean? That would be crazy. You'd be like, no, like, or like an ex or something like that. You know what I mean? Like, there's nothing wrong with just you can forgive exes and like ex-boyfriends, ex-girlfriends. You can forgive people that you divorce, like, and just never talk to them again. There's nothing wrong with that. Just because you don't talk to people doesn't mean that there's something wrong with you. People would like to convince you that there is. Maybe that's why it's best that they're not in your life. Anyone who tries to tell you that you not wanting to communicate with them, or you just don't want to hang out with them anymore, you don't want to talk to them, like the Banshees of Inisherin, right? Colum doesn't want Park to talk to him anymore, to hang out anymore. He wants him to leave him alone. He says, I just want peace, I just want some peace. I just want to be able to do my thing. That's it. I just don't have time for you no more. I don't find this. I just don't want to do it no more. You know what I mean? And that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. You know? There's nothing wrong with you. There's nothing wrong with you. But people make anyone who tries to make you feel like there's something wrong with you for wanting that. It's not good. It's not good. They want to diagnose you. Like they know you better than you know yourself. They understand your motives. No. No. Oh, my bad, Value New. Send me a super chat. Oh yeah, you did. My bad, bro. I wasn't I guess I wasn't paying attention at this time. Value New sends the $5 and asks when considering a relationship, I know you're not, just work with me. Are you more worried about you or the other person failing? Well, it's a loaded question. But you're more worried about you or the other person failing? Uh, it's a hard one to answer. I mean, do we ever think that it's just one person that fails? For them to fail, you'd need the other person to view them as a failure, to judge them as having failed in their eyes, by their standards. So it takes two for one to fail. You might say, did this person fail, or did they just um, did the other person fail by expecting too much of them, or having too high of standards for them, or demanding too much, or whatever it is? It can be looked at both ways. And we don't tend to think that we fail. We tend to think that the other person failed us. Takes two to tango. But yeah, all the autism aside, I guess I would say I'm more I'm more I'm more worried about me failing than them failing. Valuing you valuing you running therapy on me. Longest running therapy session. And reverse therapy, because he's paying me. Reverse therapist valuing you. Valuing you, reverse therapist. Reverse therapist, baby. um, yeah, honk. Like the film, it's a mixture of both people. Yeah, you can't have one without the other. I mean, it's kind of like identity, like you don't know who you are without other people. How do you judge yourself without the actions and opinions of other people, and your opinions of others? How do you view yourself without others? It's, you know, um, it's kind of like maybe a deep sort of message of the Banshees. Maybe it kind of speaks to what identity is. Neither one of Parik or Column, they don't really know who they are without the other. Or they start to maybe the worser parts of themselves start to destroy themselves, destroy each other, destroy the person. Like Column chops off. He ends up chopping off all of his fingers. you know, he tells Parik not to talk to him. And by the way, it's crazy to tell an old friend to not speak to you. Don't talk to me. I don't want to be friends with you no more. And if you talk to me, I'm going to chop off one of my fingers for every time you talk to me. By the way, he chops off one finger the first time Parik talks to him one too many times. But then the second time Parik talks to him one too many times, he chops off all four, the rest of his fingers. So he doesn't do one finger at a time. He just chops off one finger, and then the second time he just chops off the rest of the four. It's almost like he just wanted, he tells Siobhan, which is Parik's sister, in one scene, he tells her, do you ever feel like you're just entertaining yourself while you stave off the inevitable? Um, and Siobhan makes some. It was he said that in response to like Siobhan making some sort of she said something like you're gonna end up with no fingers. What are you gonna chop off all your fingers? Um, and he says, yeah, now we're getting somewhere. Now we're getting somewhere. He what you see is that it's almost like Colin would rather being Park's friend causes him despair. It's kind of torturous for him, right? But at the same time, he knows that Park needs his friendship, like desperately needs his friendship to survive, And whether you think that's healthy, it's kind of irrelevant. The fact is, he just needs it, right? And I think he sees this. But he also, you know, he also would just like to. He would like to be done with it. He would like to play his music. He would like to leave his legacy. And so it's almost like he basically ends that. He basically just takes that completely out of the equation by chopping all of his fingers off. Because he's just like, I don't. This is the only way that I can have peace, right? It's the only way I can have peace of mind. He was wanting peace of mind. And he thought that he was going to get it by Park leaving him alone. Which could have been the case. But another way of having peace of mind is just doing away with you being able to make music at all. So then music is not even it doesn't even factor into the situation. Music's not an option anymore. That was basically Column's solution, is just let's just make it so music is not an option anymore. That way I'm no longer tortured by this competition between me leaving my legacy and wanting to make music versus me just spending all of my time with a simpleton like Perrick. And Perrick tests he basically tests his columns. There's this, eventually, all of Column's fingers are like on his doorstep, on Perrick's doorstep, and Perrick's donkey, ends up eating the fingers and ends up dying because he can't digest the fingers or something, or chokes on it or something like that. And so he ends up dying, right? And so Perrick's donkey is dead. And he's like so distraught, so upset, and he's so angry, right? Not only is he like, he's losing his best friend, and like his friend doesn't want to have anything to do with him, and he like doesn't like him anymore, but now like his fingers, not only that, but him chopping off his fingers is kind of a sick way to like make Park feel guilty for, it's some sick way of like, oh, you're responsible for me losing my fingers. Like, who does that? That's some deep, dark psychological shit. That you'd only have between like the best of friends. It's like, look, you better leave me alone or I'm going to chop my fingers off, and then it's going to be your fault that I have no fingers and I can't make music. It's going to be your fault. It's your fault. It's not my fault that I chopped my fingers off, right? It's not my fault. It's your fault. You caused me. It's like this crazy like gaslighting psychological fucking of like, you caused me to chop my fingers off, so you should feel responsible. You should feel terrible. He's like trying to cause Perrick guilt, you know? So not only does he do this, but then he kills his donkey inadvertently. His donkey eats his fingers, chokes on them, dies. And so now he's like, not only do I not have a friend, I have a friend who is trying to make me feel guilty for him self-mutilating himself and ruining his ability to ever make music ever again. And now he's killed my donkey. Now my donkey's dead, my dear donkey that I love so much. And so he decides to go down and burn Column's house to the ground with him in it or not. He says to him at a bar, he's like, look, in front of everyone, he says, look, I'm going to burn your house to the ground at 2 p.m. tomorrow with you in it or outside of it. I don't care, and I'm not going to check. But do me a favor and keep your dog outside, because I got nothing against your dog. I'm not trying to kill your dog. Which is interesting, Colum kills his donkey, but Perrick's not going to kill Colum's dog. He's going to kill Colum. And it's kind of like this, it's this ultimatum. It's not really said in words, but, you kind of understand that, look, Perrick has come to the realization that he cannot live without Colum, right? And he's going to give him the opportunity to kill himself. You either die, you either let me kill you, or you be my friend. You know what I mean? That's kind of like the ultimatum that he gives him, which is crazy. Look, you either let me kill you, or you be my friend. But I'm not going to live in a world where, you and I are going to the same pub and we're living on the same island and we see each other all the time and we're just not going to talk to each other. We're not going to be friends. That's not going to be the thing. So that's basically, he dares Colum. He's like, look, if you want to self-mutilate yourself, if you really don't want to talk to me that much, if you really just want to chop off all your fingers and like blame me for it, okay, look, I'll fucking, would you rather be my friend or would you rather be dead? You know what I mean? And it's kind of this unspoken sort of understanding between the two. Because right during the scene, the police officer comes in and Perrick's in some sort of some sort of trouble, right? And the police officer wants to arrest him. And Colum literally just decks the police officer unconscious, like completely knocks him out cold. So it's like perfect timing, because like he's like, no, you're not gonna. It's almost like he decked the police officer in a way of like, no, you're not gonna ruin this for me. You're not gonna ruin this for me. You're not gonna get in the way of Perrick setting my house on fire and giving me a chance to end my life. You know what I mean? Because now the dude has no fingers. He literally just has stumps, right? He just has stumps. And he takes his violin. He's literally lost it. Like, he takes his violin and he's with, he always plays with the violin buddies at the bar, right? He's always been playing with the violin buddies. And he takes his violin with his, and he just has a stump, right? And he's just shaking the violin like this. He just shakes it while everybody else is like playing like this. He just shakes it like this. He has this bloody ass stump. And like all the people in the bar are like, what the fuck? Like, this dude's lost it. You know what I mean? And there's this, by Miss McCormick, the Banshee of Inisherin, little old lady. She one night is walking on the path that Perrick is walking on, and Perrick hides because, he doesn't like her and he's like afraid of her, because she's like creepy or whatever. And he like pops up and like she's like still there, and she says, there's gonna be two deaths. He's like, she says there's one death coming to Inisherin, possibly two. Hopefully it's not you or Siobhan. Pray to the gods it's not you or Siobhan. And he's like, okay, whatever, like you creepy bitch, whatever. So obviously the first death, right? So there's two deaths that are going to happen on Inisherin. The first death is his donkey, right? And so the question is, what's the second death? Because she didn't specify if it's going to be a human death or not. She just said there's two deaths that are going to come to Inisherin. So the question is, what's the second death? Who's the second death? And so Park is going to burn his house down, and you see him like setting the house aflame, taking his dog with him to protect his dog, and at the very last moment before he's about to drive away, he like goes and he looks inside the window, and Column's just sitting there. He's sitting inside of his house that's about to be burned to the ground. That's literally lit on fire right now. And so, Park just gets on his horse or gets on his carriage and just starts going away, Like he's good with killing him, I'd rather kill him than, you know what I mean? If he wants to die, if he would rather die than, than be here, be my friend, then okay. And so you're thinking, okay, this is going to be like the second death, Column's going to die in his house. That's going to burn to the ground. And then you hear right at, one of the last scenes is you hear that the policeman's son was found dead in one of the lakes. And so you know that Column's alive, he'll be alive. And he is. And eventually you see the last scene is like him just standing on the beach. And then Park walks up to him. And they just have a chat. He's like, guys, I think Column says, like, I suppose this makes it quits between you and I. And Park says, no, if you'd stayed in your house, then it'd be quits. But you didn't, did you? So it isn't, is it? It's not over, is it? Basically Park's just like, look, you're never going to escape me. I'm always going to be around, I need you. And yeah, you can think that it's toxic, it's unhealthy, it's not. I mean, it's all of those things, but it's kind of sweet in a way. It's sweet. I don't know. I just find the movie just so it's just so fascinating. Because I can understand both guys. I can understand them both so well. And you can look at them through a good lens or a bad lens, You could say that Park is just he just loves his friend, and he'll do anything for his friend, and he won't let him push him away, He'll always be there for him no matter what. No matter what. There's no conflict, there's no issue that they can't solve, right? Nothing. Nothing, right? But then you could also say that Park is he only thinks about himself, right? He's willing to cause another man absolute despair for his own selfish, pleasure. Um You know, if somebody said that they were going to chop their fingers off if you ever talked to them again, would you really chance it? Would you really chance it? Because Perrick did. Perrick didn't think he was serious, and he chanced it, you know? And then he kept on chancing it after that. He just couldn't stop himself. After the first finger was cut off, he kept talking to him, you know? Most people no most people wouldn't do that if you're healthy, if you care. You could say it another way. Maybe Perrick wanted Colum to cut his fingers off. Maybe in a sick way, he would rather him mutilate his entire fingers off. That way, he would be his friend again. That way, music is out of the picture. I mean, you could say that Perrick did it, so he would cut his fingers off. You could say that Colum wanted to actually cut his fingers off. That's why he even placed the ultimatum in the first place. I mean, who places that ultimatum? That's crazy. For you to place a self-mutilation ultimatum, you could place any ultimatum, but the fact that you place the ultimatum which directly gets rid of, you know, your ability to play music, which is the one thing you want to do, your ability to leave a legacy, which is the one thing that you want to do, the fact that you place that of all things, that's the choice that that's the thing that you jump to. You know, escalating obviously very, very quickly. There are many moves that can be made to get somebody to stop talking to you before self-mutilation, right? And your fingers of all things, right? Why not just like cut yourself or, cut your leg or like chop your toes off, right? I'll give you a toe. Chop a toe off or something like that. You know what I mean? No, he goes straight to his fingers and the fiddle finger too. So you can see that from the jump, it's almost a sick thing where he was just like, it's almost like in a sick way, maybe he was hoping. Maybe he was hoping that Perrick would not give up, would keep talking to him so he could finally have some peace. So he could chop all his fingers off and finally have some peace of mind, right? Which is the one thing that he wanted. I just want peace. That's what he told Siobhan. That's what he told Perrick. I just want silence. I just want peace, right? He wanted peace in his mind. He didn't want these two things competing, right? It's either one or the other. It's almost, you can almost say, he wanted Park to keep talking to him so he could eventually cut all his fingers off. And then music wouldn't even be an issue anymore. And then they could just go back to the way things were. And he could just live out his life with his simple friend. And yes, he was in despair, right? He's in this despair, like being Perrick's friend causes him despair. But it's almost like this self-sacrifice that he makes. That's all. It almost makes it even more touching or like more sweet, is because you see how much despair it causes him, but he's still willing to do it, because it's almost like he sees how much Perrick needs him, and he's willing to sacrifice his legacy. He's willing to sacrifice him ever making a mark on society. He's willing to sacrifice his passion. He's willing to sacrifice, that stuff. And he's willing to have these, mundane, nothing conversations and just live the same life over, same day over and over again. Or, to help another, to help his friend, Maybe it's not all about, having great conversations and it's not about all these complex things. Maybe at the end of the day, it's just nice to have somebody. Nice to have somebody who cares about you. You know. And you take it any way you can get it. Colin wanted to strip Parik of his buddy fake civility type mask, which is why he liked him more when he was drunk and unhinged. Yeah, yeah, that was an element. That was said, yeah. Yeah, he did like him better when he was drunk and he was, more belligerent and honest, and he said he was more interesting when he was drunk, right? He's more interesting. He said, when he's not drunk, he's dull. He's dull. He's boring. Um maybe that's part of it. Yeah. I mean, you do see that Park is different at the end. He's not the same Park as in the beginning. It definitely changed. This whole experience definitely changed him. It's almost like maybe Colin wanted to bring. You feel like Park never had any sort of loss in his life. He never had any sort of bad things happen to him. Even Siobhan, like early in the movie, was like, "Do you ever get lonely, Park?" And he said, "Lonely? Do I do I ever get lonely?" She's like, "Yeah." He's like, "What the hell's the matter with everyone? Lonely? For fuck's sake." You know what I mean? And he's just like, he can't. It's not even. He doesn't. And then he's like, "How's the book? How's the book you're reading?" She says, "It's okay. It's kind of sad." And he says, "Well, you should read a happy one. Don't read a sad. You might get sad. You might get sad. You should read a happy one." So it's this thing where, like, he just wants things to be happy and good, and don't delve in the sadness. Sadness has no place. Loneliness has no place. Why are you lonely? Just go find someone, right? Just go find people to talk to, and just fill your days and moments with just talking to people, and like never never settle long enough where you start to feel lonely, you know or maybe it suggests that, like, loneliness is something that happens to people who are maybe a little more, maybe they think a little deeper, or they have higher standards, or they need a little more from people or conversations. Maybe somebody so simple, Parik is, it doesn't take much for him to be satisfied and happy. It just takes a little conversation, and that's it. So it's like the loneliness thing doesn't even compute to him. And so yeah, so maybe Colin was trying to change him, trying to make him a little deeper, cause him a little pain, cause him to suffer a bit. Suffering changes you. It makes you a little more interesting. It brings out something more in you, maybe. So yeah, I think that was an element for sure. Can't just have aimless chatting. I didn't say aimless chatting. I said good, normal chatting. Useless, aimless chatting. I said good chatting. And you could say that I don't know. Colin pulled on the one thread and ended up completely unraveling the guy. Well, I mean, you could say that Colin was as much unraveled as Parik. I mean, Colin ended up with no fingers and no house. And his house was burned down, you know? Power just ended up with a dead donkey, you know? When you're sober, you realize how embarrassing drunk people are. True. Well, I mean, it's not that they're embarrassing. It's just they're more uninhibited. They're just on a different, they're just on a different plane, you know, just on a different energy wavelength. That's all. They both pushed each other to extremes. Yeah. I mean, those are the best relationships and those are the best friendships are the ones where they see the absolute worst of you, you know, where it's kind of, I mean, it's like a trauma bond in a way. I mean, is any relationship or friendship really worth it if it isn't extremely messy, if it hasn't gotten very dark at times and you guys have both seen your way through it and it's better and deeper and more meaningful for it, you know? I love the movie, man. The movie is just so good. I watched it twice, started it a third time too. I mean, I'll probably watch it like 3 or 4 times. Probably watch it a couple more times cuz it just it just touches on so many things. Interpersonal, like relational, like psychological things. And it does it just so simply. Like the movie is very simple. It doesn't use complex language. It's very just like straightforward. It uses easy examples. It's a simple, you know, village with simple people that don't that they're all like not smart, you know, and it just does it so well. So well. And the accents are great, the acting's phenomenal. The scenery, cinematography. It's a slow movie too. I like slow movies. I like slow movies that like I don't feel like I'm being rushed. The dialogue's not rushed. The Not a lot of things are happening at once. I'm not struggling to like be like, what did they say, or like what's going on, or you know, all this stuff. Like it's very like just paced. I like that. I like it when a movie when I don't feel rushed watching a movie. A movie. Might just watch it to develop an Irish accent. Start to get my Irish accent under. Library Cop since $5 says that's what you want from your friend that keeps canceling on you, right? It makes you angry that he's not willing. Um, yeah, it's just, I would like my friend to hang out with me in the way that I want to hang out. And it seems like, I don't know. My thing is, if you commit to certain dates, you're committed. You know what I mean? And just two reschedules is just kind of like, I don't know, it's kind of disrespectful. It's just like, why would you do that? I mean, once, okay, but twice? It's like, damn, bro, like you must think absolutely nothing of me. Like you can't, I don't know. But then like, he wants to call me and it's like, what? Like, call me on his rides home, schedule me for the 30-minute ride home from work. I fit his schedule. Never calls me on the weekend, all this stuff, and it's just like, I don't know, man. I'm just kind of sick of I'm just sick of, fitting into the schedule of of other people and then just me always being available for their schedule. And I don't know. I just don't. But again, I'm very much well aware that the main problem is that I don't have other demands on my time, and maybe I don't know, maybe I value or put too much because of that, I put too much value and emphasis and energy and time devotion into this one friendship that I have when I should be, if I had a couple other like, casual, friendships or acquaintances or people that I hung out with up here, or, maybe had a girlfriend or, just people that demanded more of my time, then, it wouldn't really be that much of an issue because I'm not really available to them, as much as I am. And so I wouldn't take as much of offense, but so it's on me. It's on me. Um, But in a way, if I had just tried to, me talking about this stuff on live streams is a way for me to like understand what I think. It's a way for me to actually understand why I'm upset about certain things or the problem that I have with certain things, and also look at it from the other person's perspective as well. It's a way for me to look at both sides. And I don't think I would have been able to do, like, say instead of ever saying any of this on a live stream, I just went straight to him and I was just like, bro, like, what the hell? If I was just like honest with him and just tried to bring it up, I feel like I wouldn't really understand, what I was, this whole situation nearly to the level that I do now. I wouldn't understand what the hell I was even saying to him or what I was upset about, or, what the issue was. Um, so it helps me sort of figure out what the hell's going on in my head. You argue both sides of the case. Yeah. Thank you for the $2 library comp. Yeah, I try to argue both two sides of the case. You know, I mean, I still don't agree with what he did. Rescheduling twice and just always, calling me when it fits his schedule. I just don't really feel like. Plus, I've gone down there and visited him down there way more than he's come up and visited me up here. Um, I guess the only way you could really say like, okay, he's making more of an effort than I am is that he calls me every day. But you could also look at that a different way. He calls me when he has open space during his 20 to 30-minute car ride home from work, and only on the days where he works in the office, because some days he works from home. And so he doesn't call me on those days because he's usually like he's just has better things to do. So I'm filling some time. I fit into his schedule there. You know, maybe he just wants to keep me, just kind of around and like have me to talk to sometimes, and and then that's kind of the extent of it. And but if you look at it from a different perspective, that's kind of the only way in which he's given more than I do. Um, I like hanging out with people in person. I've gone down there and visited him way more than he's come up and visited me. And I've tried to get more. I've tried to make plans that just don't pan out. I've tried to make a lot of plans that don't pan out more than he has with me. Um, so Next time he calls you, tell him how you feel point blank. Well, I don't know. I don't know. It doesn't. It doesn't do anything. People don't learn that way. You know, people don't learn from like you just communicating. You know, he's not. I don't think he would really change. He would just be like, I don't know. I just agree or be like, oh, okay, or whatever. But I don't know. I guess I just feel like I need to withdraw. Just kind of absence is maybe the best. I don't know. I just need to get more friends. I just need to get like more. I guess. I guess I just need to get more people that demands just, some of my time. That way I don't take this stuff so hard. Because I do take it harder than I should. I take it harder than I should because he's kind of my only friend, and that's kind of the problem. So, because like I said, he has no shortage of demands on his time, and like a lot of friends, family members. So. If I had things going on, I wouldn't really, him rescheduling twice wouldn't really bother me as much as it does. So it's on me. It's on me. Mhm. People don't really care. They are busy with their own stuff and don't really care. Yeah. 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 It's true. Not wrong, but it's true. I mean, it's not wrong that they have other things going on. I don't know. I'm just not really in a place where I feel like I can talk to people right now. I don't know. I'm in a weird spot. I'm in a weird spot. I'm just Yeah, I just kind of like, I don't know. It's simple when you're alone, you know, it's simple. Simple when it's just me. When it's just me, you know, I can control everything, and I can control how I feel, and nobody can make me feel a different way, and you know, why is that so bad? His friend cares, otherwise he wouldn't call. I mean, I suppose, yeah. I suppose. I suppose. Yeah, I suppose. You know, it's just nobody's ever gonna, I guess, you know, you just have to, people give what they can give, you know? People give what they can give. And because of all the time, the demands on his time and energy, he can't give as much as I would want him to, you know? And that's not a problem with him, you know? It's just an incongruence between us, you know? He just has a lot going on, and I understand that. And I don't want to, I wouldn't want to, you know, have him sacrifice his life in any way for, you know, to spend more time with me or anything like that. So, you know, I wouldn't want that. I don't want that, you know. I don't want that. I guess that's kind of the, to me, that's kind of the problem is like, I mean, if I tell him this stuff, I don't really want to change him. It shouldn't, I don't want to change him. You know what I mean? It's just I have a problem and it's my problem, you know? It's not his fault. It's not his fault. Because if I, you know, say I sold, say anybody, like anybody you're friends with or in a relationship with, say you tell them like what's wrong and like they change because of it. You know, it's, I don't know. It's like, where does it end? You know? Where does it end? I don't want to keep like, oh, this isn't good enough. I don't like this about you, so like you have to change, you know. It's like I don't want to do that. You shouldn't change because of something I tell you. You should change because you want to, you know? I shouldn't have to. There was something that oddly enough, YV Edit said it. I was watching one of YV Edit's videos. YV Edit, YV Edit. I can't remember which one it was. I can't remember which one it was. Um, Damn, I wish I could remember. But it was something like she was saying something like, don't, if you have a problem with someone, it was something like, don't argue with them, don't argue with them, either. It was like, either they're going to, like, you have your standards, like, you have what you want, right? You have what you want. And, like, either, you can tell them, like, hey, like, maybe it was something like you should never have to, it was something like that. It was like, you should never have to tell them. Uh, if you have to tell, it was something like, if you have to tell them, then there's a problem or something. It's, it was almost like some crazy shit. I don't know if I really, it kind of made sense at the time when I was watching it. Now that I'm starting to think about it, maybe it's kind of crazy, but it was like, you have your standards, and like, either you want to be in a friendship or relationship the way that it currently is, or you don't. You know what I mean? If you don't like it anymore, then just leave. It was some crazy psycho shit like that. But in a way, it kind of made sense, because I was like, yeah, like, if they don't, if you have, like, to tell people how to act, like, if you have to tell them, like, oh, this is what's wrong, and, like, you have to change and stuff like this, and, like, I need this from you or whatever, then it's like, what? Like, why? You shouldn't have to be telling people. If you have to tell people, then there's a problem or something like that. I don't know. It was something like that. It was something like that. And it kind of made sense in a weird way. Library Cop sends the $5, says you don't want to say anything because then it won't be authentic. I get it. Right, right. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, like, I don't want him to change. Yeah, I just don't want him to change because of, I don't want to, I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. You know? It's just, it's kind of, yeah, it's kind of like what Vieta was saying. It's just like, if you sense that the relationship or the friendship is currently in a dynamic or a state that you just don't find rewarding, or it's just not good for you, then, just leave. Like, it's just not good for you, like, but then I guess you could say, in a way, that kind of like, why be in, it's almost like saying, it's almost like it's almost a way of saying, like, anything that goes wrong that you have a problem with in any relationship or friendship, either you suck it up and you deal with it, or you end it and just never talk to them again. That's kind of wild, right? But that's kind of what she was saying. She was saying, look, either you deal with it, it's either, either you're willing to put up with it, or you're not. Why are you going to, why are you gonna, why are you gonna tell people to change, or tell people what's wrong, and then, okay, I'll change this because you don't like this or whatever. In a way, it's kind of weird, because it's like, how would people know, like, it's like they do one wrong thing one day, and then you're just like, poof, like, gone, and they're just like, what? I thought I thought things were going good. I thought things were going good. No, you can't buy the Crunchwrap Supreme at Taco Bell. You know what I mean? That's a deal breaker. I'm gone. Like, oh, wait. I didn't know that, though. I didn't know that. I wouldn't have gotten it. I wouldn't have gotten it. No, but then it wouldn't be authentic. Then it wouldn't be authentic. You just wouldn't get the Crunchwrap Supreme because you wanna be with me. You know what I mean? But it's like, in a way, it kind of shows how much the relationship is worth to them, how much they're willing to like change about themselves. You know what I mean? And if it's a deal breaker, it's a deal. But I think the thing is, you have to be honest. You have to be honest, right? Because like if somebody just eats a Crunchwrap Supreme and then you're like, hey, like I'm dipping, like I'm not good with that. Peace, you know? And they're like, wait, well, no, I won't eat Crunchwrap Supremes from now on. Like I didn't know that about you, you know? I won't eat them anymore because like I would rather be with you or like have you as a friend or whatever than eat Crunchwrap Supremes. This is a very simplified example, I know, but just for hypothetical, just for example. And then they would say like, well, no, because the fact that I have to tell you and the fact that you're just changing now just because I want you to, well, you know, I shouldn't have to do that. It means that you're not. It means that you don't really want to do it. You know, it just means that you're doing it just for me or whatever. But like, yeah, I'm doing it for you. Isn't that the whole point of like relationships? The whole point of relationships and friendships is like the things we do for other people, the things we'll sacrifice for ourselves for other people. Like, yeah, I'm not going to eat a Crunchwrap Supreme because your friendship or this relationship means more to me than having Crunchwrap Supremes. You know? So, yeah. Now, it would be different if, you told them, "Hey, I don't want you to eat Crunchwrap Supremes." And then they were like, you know, "No, I'm going to eat Crunchwrap Supremes." And it's like, "Well, I'm not interested in a relationship or a friendship where you eat Crunchwrap Supremes." And they're like, "Well, tough luck." you know, then it's on you whether you don't argue anymore, right? That I guess that's what she's saying is at that point, once you've been honest with them once about what you want, you communicate what you want. If they don't want to change it, well, then you're like, okay, well then, peace, But usually it doesn't. Usually discussions like that don't. They're not that simple, They don't. Yeah, that's like a you're imagining that like theoretically. Usually in practice, like arguments don't happen like that. It's easier said than done too. It's like people aren't willing to give up on their relationships so quickly. It's like you can say, "Hey, I'm not going to really be in a relationship or a friendship with you if you eat Crunchwrap Supremes." And then they're like, "Well, okay, but I don't care. I'm going to eat Crunchwrap Supremes." Then it's on you. If you're like, "Well, I'm going to leave." And then they're like, "Well, leave then." Well, then it's on you. Do you leave? Or are you like, what's more common is not that people leave, it's that they go, well, why don't, just don't eat Crunchwrap Supreme. Why are you eating Crunchwrap Supremes? You know what I mean? Like they're unhealthy and blah, 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 blah. And like, why would you do that? Blah, blah, blah. It's something simple or blah, blah, blah. There's more argument about it because people aren't ready to just leave at the drop of a hat. Why yet it makes it seem like people are just ready to just like drop people. A person you've been dating for like 5 years, you're just like, oh, you fucking, you know, uh, you keep having drinks with this person, like this person of the opposite sex, like I'm gone, peace, poof, cloud of smoke, like done, and it's just so easy. I don't think it's as easy as that. It's hard. It's easier said than done for sure. Crunchwrap Supreme, nah, son, I'm out. Yeah, it's a no for me, dog. It's a no for me. Hell no. I like being alone, but at the same time, I need people. Yeah, I'm not really sure about that one for me. I'm really good at being alone. Like, I'm not sure if I need people as I talk to people on the internet. Sometimes I think I'm just like, am I just substituting my friends for like just, or I'm substituting like the live stream chat, like imaginary friends for like my real friends, you know? I mean, I'm more honest with you guys than I am with my own friends. I don't even know you guys. I don't know any of you nearly as it's crazy. It's kind of a crazy dynamic, huh? Like I'm more honest with you guys, random people on the internet that I don't know at all. I don't know nothing about you guys, right? Nothing. And yet you know me to a point that's like you know me deeper than probably anyone. Or just I guess just anyone can like that's kind of like what I do with my channel is like literally almost anyone who watches my channel, like watches my videos or watches these live streams, you can get to know me extremely well and you can feel like you know me way more than I know you. You know, way more like way more, bro. Like you know me way more. I don't even know you. So it's this like it's this weird thing um where people just feel like they know me. People have some sort of like attachment to me. People feel like they're close to me. They have a connection with me when I don't feel that to to to, to you guys, you know. Not nearly, not even close to the same extent you feel it with me, you know. Um Although some people like kind of watch me as like, you know, I'm more of a product and not a person. I would say that's more of the live stream chat. You guys kind of view me more as like a person. I would say the general video viewers, not live stream viewers, but just regular channel video viewers, they view me more as a product. I'm not really like a person to them. They they just see me as like, you know, what information can I put into their brains, you know. I'm good for the insights and for the humor, for the entertainment and the information that I can provide to them. They don't really care about me as like a human being. Um, which is why it's tough to make videos. Um, because you end up, I think if you do videos long enough, if you do content long enough, you realize that it's almost you start to dehumanize yourself in a way because you're viewing you measure your success and like how good a video is by how many views and likes it gets, how many comments and like are they positive and all this stuff. Um, and so you start to view your identity, you start to view yourself as like how good of a video, like how good of an insight, how funny can I be? And that's like and you kind of give other people the judgment, the adjudication authority of how good you are, you know. And it can kind of it's dehumanizing, you know. It just whereas, you know, live streams are a lot more just, you know, they're long form. Not many people are going to sit through all this stuff. It's for long stretches of time. It's not that interesting. You know, you see all sorts of parts of me. You got to have a lot of patience. You got to just kind of be interested in the person. Or maybe you're just lonely or I don't know. I mean, there could definitely be some people that are here for just the insights and the humor as well, but and they just kind of put up with all the other stuff in the process. But it's weird for have to it's weird to have people that like know you so much and like you don't know them at all. You know, like people love my honesty. They love my honesty, but they're not. The very few of them are willing to be honest to that level back to me. You know, it's not many people can measure or can meet that level of honesty that I share with people. Uh, but I will say though, the live stream chat is a lot more honest. Like people open up and they're more honest. But again, you guys are anonymous people on the internet. It's easy to be honest when you're anonymous, when nobody knows who you are, when you don't really have a digital footprint, when nobody's gonna remember this or no job. Job can look up your chat history on a live stream. They're not going to know who you were or what you said, or when you don't have videos of your own. And so, yeah, it's like people are more honest, but they're honest because they're behind a mask. It's like the old saying, give a man a mask, he'll tell you the truth. I'll tell you the truth without a mask. I don't give a fuck. Some pussy shit. Why is everybody so scared, man? What are you scared of? What is everyone so scared of? I don't understand. It's weird. But then the other weird thing is like people who want to meet me or like meet me in person. It's also weird because I'm not really interested in that because you know me way more than I know you. So why would I meet you? I don't know you. I don't know you. I don't know you. Why would I meet you? You know? You feel like you know me. I don't know you. I get people that reach out to me all the time. Oh, we should hang out. We should meet up. You should come here. We should go do this, all that. They email me, man, and it's just like we should talk and all this stuff. It's like I don't know you. Yeah, you have to understand that I can't. It's I'd be going in blind. I'd be going in blind. I know nothing about you. You know almost everything about me, or a lot about me, right? And so you can completely make up a person. Like you can just be a totally new person, just to like satisfy me or to like play, please me or whatever you think that I want to hear or whatever. It might not even be you at all. You might just be completely just faking it. It's almost like it's going to force, everybody to force everybody to get online and start making videos and start being honest and showing who they are. I'll only meet you if you have a profile where you talk about yourself and you have you make videos and you're honest, and or you just have or you just you just show your face, have some sort of consistency, just kind of show me, kind of who you are, a little bit about who you are before I I can kind of like measure up, like, person seem healthy? Do they seem okay? They seem like a pretty good time? Do they seem a little weird, a little off? Like, it's just a lot of people, they think that mirroring is like a way. A lot of people I see, like, they mirror me, or they'll like they'll glaze me, or they'll tell me, like, I agree with you on this, I agree with you on that. Oh yeah, I think this too, and I that, and it's just like you're just mirroring, like you're just saying things that you think I want to hear. Like, I'm not interested in that. There's so many people that do that. It's like, okay, you're just telling me things that I want to hear. Like, how many people do that? Like, I like people who have some sort of sense of who they are, they think for themselves. Disagree with me, you know? Tell me why I'm wrong about certain things. I also think I'm getting, like, what happens when you start to make videos more and more and more is you get comfortable being honest more and more and more. And it feels like dying. It feels like if you say certain things, like, there's no coming back from it. And there is no coming back from it. There is no coming back from it. And it feels like you're gonna die. Like, it feels like very dangerous. It feels very dangerous to be, like, open and honest on the internet with, like, the whole world. It just feels like I don't want people to know this about me. I don't like this about myself, you know? Um, it just doesn't feel good. Even when you say it, it doesn't feel good. The next morning, when you wake up in the morning, you're like, "Oh my God, I need to delete this video. I can't believe I said all this stuff. I don't want this to ever be shown to anyone ever again. I just want to delete this channel. I want to delete all these videos." You know what I mean? You know how badly I wish I could delete all these things that I've made? But the thing is, all of these things is like who I am. It Just because I don't like it doesn't mean that it's, like, not true, you know. Yeah, I'm addicted to porn, and, like, well, I mean, I say addicted, but it's not like I've gone 8, I think I'm on 9 days or something like that. No, 3, 12. Yeah, 9 days. 9 days. 9 day streak, baby, 9 day streak. Let's go. But I'm on a 9 day streak. And I look at porn, way, way, way less than the average guy, right? Way less. Way less than the average guy. Um, but I think in part that's only been I don't know, trying to maintain my train of thought here. But yeah, I look at porn and, like, I wanted to say past tense. I was really into the interracial stuff. That's like the worst thing about me, man. That's literally the most embarrassing thing about me, aside from my ED, right? And, like, saying all these things obviously is like most people would not want to say these things. I didn't want to say them. And whether I should have said them or not, like, obviously that can be debated, whatever. But I just didn't want I I don't like hiding things. I don't like hiding things from I don't like hiding things from people. I don't like hiding things from myself. I don't like hiding things from people. I don't see, I don't see why these things are. Everybody's just like, when you say these things, they just, oh, oh, like so much. It gets to people, bro. Like they start to lose it, man. Like if you're at like a Christmas dinner and you're like, hey man, like I watched the Bella Danger get gangbanged by like five black dudes and like I think I have ED, you know what I mean? You're gonna nuke that table, bro. Like that table's never gonna be the same. You're gonna damage your reputation, because everybody has these like imaginary ideas in their head and like everybody's hiding their own like demons and their own shit. And everybody's not being honest with all the things they're ashamed of and the worst parts of themselves, you know what I mean? There's gonna be one person at that table that's like, bruh. Of course, they're not gonna say it in front of everybody. They're gonna pull you aside, in the bathroom later when you guys are doing a line of coke and be like, dude, that was sick. Like, hell yeah. Like, bro, when you said the thing about like, the Bella Danger and shit, bro, like, yeah, me too, bro. Blah, blah, blah. But like, it's between you and me though, dog. You know what I mean? It's like, yeah, yeah, for sure, bro. Yeah, but like, you wouldn't tell, then they don't tell anybody else that. You know what I mean? But but these are the interesting things about us, though. Like, these are the things that I feel like these are the things that move us forward. These are the things that we're ashamed of, the things that we keep in the dark, the things that we don't want to acknowledge, the deepest, darkest, like worst parts of ourselves. I feel like talking about them is like the way that we kind of, you know, taking away the shame about them is the way that we kind of get through them. Kind of maybe transcend them a bit. I don't know. I don't know. I say this only like 9 days on a senior retention streak, bro. I know. I got some work to do, but uh, I don't want to be. I don't want to look at. I don't want to look at porn. I don't. I don't want to have ED. I don't. At least. I mean, I don't. I don't think I really have it anymore. But again, like we've talked about this before. Is like you can't know until you're with a real woman, because that's when it's actually like real. Yeah, of course, maybe I don't have ED with porn anymore, but it doesn't mean that I won't have it with a real woman. And I don't want to have that. And I don't want to look at porn and I don't know. I guess talking about I guess I think if I talk about them enough, like eventually it'll get better. Or I'll stop doing them. I don't know. I don't know if there's any truth to that. I guess I just hope like, oh, if I just talk about these things enough, if I just tell people about these things enough, eventually I'll stop. They'll stop being a part of who I am. Sounds good, but so far it hasn't worked. So far it hasn't worked. But I've only been talking about this stuff since what? When was my ED and first like porn video? I don't know. It was like a few months, or it was like months ago. It was maybe a year ago, maybe a year, maybe a year. Let's see. My erectile dysfunction. Fucking gay, bro. Fucking gay. 11 months ago, yeah. So that was 11 months ago. When was the first time I talked about Oh, it was the devils on my first time I talked about the interracial stuff. That being my fetish was. I remember I was high off a fucking Zin, dude. I had a couple Zins in my mouth. I had a couple Zins in my mouth, bro. It was where's this shit? There it is. I can feel the devil's breath on me. It smells like Chanel and Bath and Body Works. Yeah, that's the first one where I talked about it, but and just the idea that like it's just some really weird shit, man. It's just some really weird shit, like the fact that you want like the uglier the black guy and like the hotter the chick, the more beautiful the chick, the better. Like just the fact that you just want to destroy something beautiful. Sort of this like I don't know. I don't like that. I do not like that. But I think, man, if I just talk about this enough, eventually it'll go away. I mean, it's only good to talk about these things if they can somehow help us, right? Right? If talking about these things helps us, maybe get over these things, then that would be the only reason why you talk about them. And why you talk about them to the world, I don't know. Would it work if you just talked about this shit to a therapist, just like one on one, and you didn't divulge these things to the world? I don't know. Maybe. Maybe the point is just to bring it to light to yourself, you becoming aware of it. Okay, I wasn't really even consciously aware of these things. I mean, it's weird how things are going on, but you never really consciously think about them. You never bring like conscious awareness to like, like you think about like, oh, this is a part of me. Like, oh, I do this. Why do I do this? And like you're aware like while you're doing it. It's weird how you kind of know that you do things for like all of your for many years of your life, and you never actually are like you're doing this. Like think about it. Like actually step back and think. Like look at what you're doing. Look at what you're into. Talk about like put this into words. When you put it, the first time I ever put it into words, the first time I ever put like it just feels terrible. It just feels terrible to put it into words. The first time you ever put something into words, it's just well, I guess part of it was the fact that I was putting it into words for the internet, for like everybody in the world who like wants to watch it. Anybody who ever comes across my channel or whatever, like, this will be there forever. Anybody they'll forever be able to like think this about me. And just, I'm aware of that and I'm okay with that. It's freeing. It's freeing in a way because it's like you're no longer, these things can no longer, they can't hold you back anymore. It's just that it's that verse in 8 Mile at the end when he's just like he just roasts himself the entire time in front of everyone. He says the worst things about himself in front of the entire crowd. And he's like, um, tell these people something they don't know about me. And then he like throws the mic over to the dude. And the dude just can't even, he's completely done. He has nothing because Yeah, Eminem's just literally roasted himself harder than any rapper ever could. So like, what do you have on me, bro? Oh yeah, that's right, nothing. No, nothing. And it's freeing in a way. It's liberating. It's a paradox because it feels like you're gonna. It feels like you're gonna die. It feels like you don't want anybody to know these things. These are the last things that you want known to the world. But you do it long, and it's not easy. It's not easy at first. It's not like as soon as you do it, it's like, oh wow, I'm free. It's like, oh, this is so great. It's like, no, it feels like shit for a while. It still feels like shit for me. But you end up like talking about this stuff enough, you just don't really feel it anymore. Like it doesn't really have a real hold on you anymore. And again, like I don't know if people should. The thing is, if you bring these things to light to your own self, but you're not necessarily telling the whole world. Like say you were just telling a therapist or making like private video diaries or writing in a journal or something like that. Yeah, sure, you're becoming conscious of it and you're bringing consciousness to it, but you're still hiding it from the whole world, and it's still something that if people discovered about you, you'd be like mortified or whatever. It's still something that controls you in a way, or like has some sort of power over you. It's something that you just don't want people to know. Is there something in that? I don't know. Is there anything to be learned there? I don't know. I don't like that. I don't like that about. I just don't like that. I think what the world lacks is honesty. I think it lacks it dearly. I think it lacks it tragically, catastrophically. I think we'd all be a lot better if we were all just honest with each other. Things would seem a lot more real and less superficial and less make believe if we were all just honest with each other. I don't know. Uh, Jesse sends a $20, says apparently these things have to unfold at their own pace, and you will eventually transcend. You can speed up the process by trying to strengthen virtue, clarity of insight, and wisdom. Thank you, Jesse, for the $20. Yeah, they unfold at their own pace. Yeah, yeah, for sure. You can speed up the process by trying to strengthen virtue. I don't know what virtue is. I mean, clarity of insight and wisdom. Let me try to strengthen my wisdom. I feel like wisdom is something you can't really. Wisdom's not really one of those things you can purposely localize and like try to hone in on it and strengthen. It's kind of missing the point of wisdom entirely. But I get what you mean. But yeah, they unfold at their own pace. And yeah, you're not gonna like. We don't. We know. We. I don't think. I think we rarely like the pace. It's always too slow. And I don't know. I don't know if I'm not necessarily saying that I think people should divulge or disclose their deepest, darkest like parts of themselves, insecurities, embarrassing things on the internet for everyone. I'm not saying I wouldn't advocate that for everyone. It's not something you feel like you need to do, then don't do it. You know, this is just kind of my way of bringing something. I don't, it's just kind of I guess my loadout. It's just kind of what I get, what I feel like I need to do for whatever reason. And you could make the case that it stems from my childhood because I was drilled to be honest, man, like every day. Um, I was drilled to be honest and honest with myself and honest with my parents and to constantly look inside myself and be self-critical and self-analyzing and almost to a fault, man. It's a point where maybe I'm just carrying a childhood wound or a childhood behavior into adulthood where I feel like I need to I don't know. I need to be honest to be loved or to be accepted, or I need to be self-introspective or self-analytical or whatever to be loved or to be approved of or to feel like I have some sort of sense of identity or purpose or meaning or whatever. You could say that. Maybe there's nothing really in this aside from just the fact that I'm just acting out, my childhood and adulthood. I think that was deeply ingrained into me. And I haven't been able to, I don't know. I don't know. But that being said, I mean, it's just who I am, man. I don't expect other people to do this. I wouldn't want other people to do this. It has to be something that you feel, it has to be something that it has to come naturally. It has to be something that you like don't I wouldn't want people to do this just because I do it, you know. At all. I wouldn't advise that, you know. If it speaks to you, it speaks to you, but you know, everyone has something special, something unique that they can bring to this world that no one else can. So you got to figure out what that is. It takes a long time. I'm not sure I quite, like in the movie, like the Banshees of Inisherin. Perrick brought niceness to the world. He brought a beautiful simplicity to the world. He was the kind, nice guy who just He was so devoted to his friendships, and it's not all good. There were definitely darker elements to his psyche, that you could say made him. It was the bad parts of him that made him so good. You know, the fact that he needed people so much he could not stand to be alone. That's what made him so, you know, friendly to people and nice and a people pleaser. And there is a space for people like that. It's not like it's not like it's like, oh, they're a people pleaser. Oh, they're just nice. They're fucking useless. They just gotta learn. No, it's not. Colin was, more the analytical, deep thinker, but he had an ability to empathize, understand Park. I think he gave Park some complexity that he lacked. I think that's what Park really enjoyed about him is, somebody so simple and nice and, not concerned with the deeper meanings and the deeper things of life. I think he enjoyed I think he enjoyed Colin for that. He liked Colin because Colin brought some complexity, some depth, something rich to his life that Park couldn't provide himself on his own. In in the same way, I think Colin liked Perrick for the simplicity that he provided. The fact that things don't have to be so serious, and you don't have to be this incredible, artist or this incredible musician or leave a legacy, or you don't have to think so deeply about things. You don't have to analyze things so hard and so harshly. You don't have to think so critically about things. Things can just be light, things can be simple. There's a place for simplicity. Simplicity is beautiful. And I think Colin really liked that about Perrick, because he lightened up his life. He made it more enjoyable. Brought some levity to it. Brought some niceness to it. Even though he even though he didn't like it. Even though he didn't like it at times, he did like it. I find that usually my friends are, I think two of my really good friends, male friends that I've had in my life have been, mm, they've definitely been more, they definitely don't take life as seriously as I do, you know. They definitely weren't out to like make a legacy or anything like that. They're not out to like make some sort of mark on humanity. They're not out to like leave a, they're a lot more simple than me. They much more enjoyed their friends and family and just activities in the mundane life than I did. I've never really been able to fit. I've never been able to find much enjoyment in the mundane life. Obviously, look at me. I'm fucking talking for 3.5 hours on a live stream to nobody. You know, and it's my gift. My gift. It's also my curse. It's everything's trade offs. Everything's trade-offs, but yeah, I've always really gravitated towards more simple people. I think about the one I'm thinking about the most is when I was in fourth grade. He was an actual, you would call him slower. He was slow. He was slow. He wasn't. I think his IQ was a bit lower. Like honest, like legitimately. I'm not even like being hyperbolic. I'm not nothing. Like he was legitimately a little slow. And that was kind of the first sign of it, the first example of it in my life. I befriended him because, I guess at the time I had a soul, I had a heart. And I've always liked being friends with people that I wanted to be friends with. I never fit into any cliques, never in high school. I never fit in any cliques, even though I played football and I could be considered a jock and like, I never sat with the popular kids at the popular lunch table, and I just wanted to hang out with the people I wanted to hang out with. And the people I liked were not necessarily popular, and they were not necessarily jocks. And yeah, I just liked the people that I liked. Um, but yeah, he was one of these guys, and he was just very simple. Had such joy. Had such joy. Crazy amount of joy. That's what you get with simple people is they bring a good amount of joy to your life, and just they don't think deeply about things, and I like that because it's a break. It's a break from my own mind. Some relief, a reminder that there's a different way to live life, that it's okay. For this protein shake. Yeah. And he nobody really was his friend because he was so eager and weird and obviously slow, and people don't want to be associated with, all of school is always it's all this it's just a social fucking experiment. It's stupid. So nobody wanted to be associated with him and be like, oh, I'm friends with the slow guy. Of course, he didn't think that he was. I don't think he And it's always a weird thing. I don't think I ever asked him, but do you know that you're slower than most people? I think there's like some movie where like forget what movie it is, but it was like, it was like some woman and she was asking some male character, like, do you know that you're stupid? And he was like, yeah. Heartbreaking. Um, but again, it's not like they're stupid. It's just, I mean, they can show you things that you're too smart to know. So, how smart are you really? If you're being shown the ways by a simpleton, how smart are you really? Yeah, I've always liked people that were. That's kind of what I love about my friend down in Richmond is he's not stupid. I mean, he's not stupid. He's not stupid. He's not retarded, even though he says that about himself all the time. I call him that all the time. He's like, dude, I'm actually retarded. But, you know, he just has he just thinks about life differently. He just prioritizes different things than I do. And he just lives a lot more of a simple, mundane, carefree lifestyle, you know. And I like that because I really struggle to live. Yeah, like a Forrest Gump type, yeah. Well, my first friend was like a Forrest Gump. I wouldn't say my friend down in Richmond is a Forrest Gump. He's not stupid. He's not stupid, bro, but he's not. Lieutenant Dan! Lieutenant Dan! Lieutenant Dan just like that meme where like he's at New Year's. New Year's and he's just like at the bar and like all the confetti's dropping as the ball drops and Forrest is like, yeah, Lieutenant Dan. And he's just loves Lieutenant Dan so much. Lieutenant Dan's just fucking suicidal, bro. Fucking hates him. Should probably watch that movie again. It's always so hard because of Jenny, you know. It's just, what are you doing, Forrest, man? Simp of simps, bro. There's no bigger simp in the history of simps than Forrest Gump. Like I was the OG simp, bro. Like I was the first. Like I was the first and the last. Like I was the final boss of simps, bro. Forrest Gump, final boss of simps. Holy shit. Janae. Janae. Great movie though. Great movie. Always makes me cry at the end when he says she named her son Forrest. Oh, that's what. Oh, maybe I was thinking. Maybe I was thinking of the scene where he was like, "Is he? Doesn't he say, is he? Is he stupid?" That's heartbreaking. That's heartbreaking. Because the whole time you don't. The whole time you don't. The whole movie you don't know if Forrest knows that about himself, or if he's too stupid to know that about himself. But then finally, at the very end of the movie, when during this one scene, then you discover that he knows that about himself. How they pulled such a great movie out of their ass is beyond, but this day's life is the movie. That's why in the past I've like working with small children and talking to old people 89 plus. Yeah. 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 Things really are simple when you're a child and when you are basically near death and there's nothing left and you've lived it all. You've realized how much doesn't matter. Like Jenny had a sexually abusive father and maybe she felt he was, meaning Forrest, was too good for her. But it just makes her arc so hard to forgive. Yeah. Yeah. No, 100% Forrest was too good for her. Way too good. But, I don't know, I haven't seen the movie in a while, but doesn't she, uh, does she string him along? I mean, does she really use him for like all that he's worth? I don't know, I can't really remember, but I thought maybe she wasn't, she kind of did him a service by, just kind of fucking off. She kind of left him for a good amount of his life. It's not like she was trying to. It's not like she got in a relationship with him and then was like cheating on him all the time and like, mentally, psychologically manipulating him and gaslighting him and abusing him and all this stuff. Like, no, like she'd be like the worst character in movie history. But she did leave, and she even said, didn't she say as much? She was like, Forrest, you don't deserve me, or something like that. Forrest Gump actor looks so innocent, but in real life, he is a dumb sociopath. I forgot his name. You forgot. You forgot the guy who plays Forrest Gump's name. Tom Hanks. You forgot the name Tom Hanks, bro. You don't know who Tom Hanks is? You must be young. How do you not know who Tom Hanks is? Bang the entire Black Panther clan? Yeah, Jesus. There's some interracial for you. I gotta take a piss. I'll be back. Yeah. Yeah, she says, "You don't want to marry me." Not, "I don't want to marry you." When he reveals that he loves her and that he'd be a good husband to her, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Jenny's not the worst. She's not, yeah, I mean, she's clearly not the best. She's not the best, but she's not the worst, man. She's not the worst. She could have been a lot worse to him. A lot worse to him. She knew. She knew that she was no good for him. She knew. Do you ever entertain the idea of going to the bar for 2 beers and just seeing what happens? Yeah, man, that was my plan for humiliation summer. That I have yet to do, by the way. I don't know why, but it's because I don't really know, like, kind of struggling with like money at the moment, so I don't know if that's the wisest decision. But maybe I'll get some good stories from it and then better live streams, video ideas, and then maybe I can maybe in a turn that starts to give me more money, but I'm just really struggling with yeah. I'm trying to find some way back into life. I don't know why, but This whole live stream, I've been trying not to cry, bro. I've done it up until this point pretty well, but I don't want to cry in front of you guys. I don't know why I feel so emotional. Trying to be a Theo Vaughn. channeling my best Theo Vaughn. Even though I love Theo Vaughn. I love Theo Vaughn. Yeah, I'm just trying to find. I just don't know if the way I am is at the moment. I don't feel like I can talk to people. Um, I kind of feel like I'm removing myself more and more from society. I I, I want to live like whole, weeks where like if I could, like if I could just not see like another human soul, like or hear another human voice or I don't know. I just and there's an allure to it. There's a huge allure to it, and it allows me to think, and it allows me to some peace, and it's something that I really do enjoy. I really do like. Um, and I don't know if I'm sort of like doomed or like cursed to sort of live the rest of my life in a very isolated state. Um, because I like it so much and because I get such use out of it. Um, but at the same time, but at the same time, I know that there's something there that I'm just not. I don't think I'm emotionally that healthy. I just don't think I'm emotionally that healthy. I don't think that I view women in the correct way, which is illustrated by my, you know, decade plus long, you know, decade and a half long, you know, might be 2 decades at this point, coming up on it, of porn use, and a decade plus of not being with real women, and there's just a lot that I have to do to like give back to, and it's not so simple as like just go out there, bro, and just fucking. It's easy, man. Like just go out there and fucking put yourself out there. I mean, maybe it is, and I'm just like overthinking it, but I just feel like I don't view women the right way, you know? And I have to correct that before I get in a relationship with a real woman. Because if I don't view her the right way, then like I'm just gonna treat her like a sex object, and I don't really want to do that. If I'm not able to have like I'm not able to have a healthy view of women, then I'm not able to have like a healthy relationship, you know. And I think it starts with that. I think it starts with my view of them, and and that's to say nothing of all the, you know, that's to say nothing at all of all the societal barriers, you know. I don't know, but things like how much power they have in the legal system, and you know, freedoms, it just gives them a lot more. Almost like all of this is like forcing men to like kind of, you're gonna have to we're gonna have to figure out if we actually like women or not, you know. And women are gonna have to become likable, other than just how good they are for, for sex or whatever, or having kids or whatever. I don't know. I don't know. Again, I'm probably thinking about all this too deeply, like there most people that are in relationships, marriages, they just don't they're not even thinking about this stuff. They just let me just get in a relationship, let me just get married, let me just have kids, they don't really think about it. But I don't know. It's like if you feel like the world is, it's just, full of people that are playing make believe, and you can't really, life just kind of feels like fake. Is the answer just to, remove yourself from it, like severe withdrawal and just isolation? I would hate to think so, but maybe for certain people, I've considered the possibility that maybe just for certain people, it's you're not going to have the life that other people have, or relationship and like friendships and like this and that, and it's just not. Maybe it's not for some people, and I'm one of those people. I think it's possible to view women, in you're able to look at women in a way of like, you understand like there's a lot that are wrong with them. You understand that there's also a lot that are wrong with men currently today, right? Most women and men are, they kind of fall under those categories, but you're able to look at, all the things that are kind of against you, and all the ways in which you're kind of losing power in the system as a man, right? You're able to see that it's not really a wise decision to marry or have kids with women anymore, right? But then you're able to acknowledge that I don't know. The thing is, you'd want to ideally you'd want to be with a woman who has. Here's the thing. You wouldn't want to be on in both cases with men and women. If you're a woman, you don't want to be with a man who doesn't have power at all over you, right? And is just with you because of the power you have over him, right? He's left no other choice, right, than to just be with you for his survival, right? Because then he's not with you for you. He's with you to save himself, or because he's not left with many other alternatives, or because of societal pressure to be with you, you know, that wouldn't really be a genuine type relationship. The same way the reverse, you know. You don't want to be with women because women have no other option but to be with you and have sex with you and have kids with you. You don't want to have ultimate or an inordinate amount of power over women, and that's the only reason that they're with you is because they're kind of forced to, because of societal pressure and risk of reputation damage or ostracization if they don't get married at a certain age and they don't pump out a certain amount of kids and they don't do this and they don't do that. And, you know, yeah, these are ways that we could really up well, in the latter scenario, it's a way that you could really up the birth rate, but you don't want to be with people because they have no other choice but to be with you. Ideally, you'd want to be with both parties. If you're a man, you would want to be with a woman who does have considerable amount of power over you, but chooses not to um, exercise it. Right? She has power to leave you. She has power of many options of men, but she has power to not have kids with you. She has power to make her own money, but with all of that, she chooses to be with you, right? She has power to take your, to take your kids and all this stuff, or get some custody thing going, or have your stuff or whatever, right? And she chooses not to exercise it, right? Because then you know that then it's kind of real, right? Because she can do all these things and she elects not to because she just wants to be with you. That's the most important thing. And if you're a woman and you're with a man, you know the same thing. You would want him to be with you because he just wants to be with you, even though he has all this power that he can exert over you or all this stuff, but he chooses not to exercise it. But then the question is, is this just purely like a theoretical, like optimistic sort of view? Does does this actually work in practice in the world? Is this nothing more than a pipe dream? Are all relationships just power? Is it just power at the end of the day? Like, you know, How do you know somebody's with you for you? Is that even such a thing? No. If a man loses everything that he has, right? He loses his house, he loses his job, he loses his reputation, he loses his social standing, and a woman still stays with him, right? And that's obviously that means that that's real, right? But how often is that really tested? I mean, that's not never really tested. So how can you really know? Most men don't lose everything that they have. They don't lose their house. They don't lose their reputation. They don't lose their income. You know, you rarely ever test that. You never really test how much. That's never really tested how much how much a woman is into you just for you, if there is such a thing. Same with women is like, if women lose their looks, when they're no longer beautiful and things are no longer tight, they start carrying a little extra weight and they start sagging in places and they start getting wrinkly. How many, you know, how often is that tested really? Never stay with a woman that's not submissive. It's a total waste. Yeah, but like, can't you imagine a scenario where a woman's so submissive that it like kind of repulses you? Like, what level of submissive do you want? Like, submissive is a spectrum. It's not a binary thing. How submissive do you want her to be? You know? Do you want her to just just be like a fucking vegetable? Just have you make all the decisions, do whatever you want, you know, not have any sort of mind of her own, like not it, it's it's very difficult in practice. Submission is much more different thing in practice than it is just talking about it. You know, I don't. She bows. Yeah. Do you want her to bow? Do you want her to like? You could make her an absolute. If you just want her submissive, like you could just make her an absolute slave. Like, but at a certain point, you'd be like, this isn't. I'm not even attracted to this because it's like it's almost like this is dehumanizing. It's like debase. Like it's like who even are you? You know, like they don't have any sort of sense of self other than just pleasing your every whim and like your every command. And I'm not. I wouldn't be interested in a woman like that. I wouldn't want her to be like that. In a way, it's kind of, what's always really got me going is the idea of a woman who has a sense of self, has a sense of her identity, a sense of like what she wants to do in the world, a sense of power, sense of assuredness, and like she maybe she even makes a some good amount of money or something, or she can get tons of guys or whatever. um but she becomes submissive to me in some ways, like I see that I have some sort of power over her that others don't. That's what's nice to see. It's nice to see that it's nice to see that there's a woman who, yeah. Hmm. I mean, how would a woman challenge you if she's just so submissive? Wouldn't you want her to challenge you in any way? How would you grow? How would you grow as a man if a woman was just doing everything that you wanted and telling you everything that you wanted to hear? How would you grow as a man? You say, no, no, you're hearing the modern mindless slave stuff. That's not it. You submit to authority. 50-50 stuff fails. Man has to lead. That's what they want anyway. Men and women are both submissive in other walks of life all the time. Men submit in the military to authority. Everyone submits to their boss's authority. Being a doormat is not what this means. Yeah, I don't know. I just find it like all I'm saying is that it's harder in practice than it is just to say, she has to, like, if I just say, I'm only going to be with a woman who's submissive and she has to follow my lead. Okay, bro, like, what do I mean? Also, is it just by simple fact that you're a man? Because I know many women who make better decisions than men do, you know? They have a better sense of idea of what's going on. They run their lives better than men do. There's tons of men that are absolute just, you know, they don't know what the hell they're doing. Um, My brother said something once. He said, I don't want a woman just to follow my lead, just because I'm the man and like I'm the one who leads or whatever. I want her to follow my lead because my my decisions are good. I make good decisions. She trusts my decision making. She sees that I'm making, better choices or, that you it's like there's many we all have bosses where it's like, you're following their you're following their lead, you're obeying and you're doing what they tell you, but you hate their fucking guts. You don't respect them. Then there are bosses where you're doing what they say, you're following their lead, and you respect them. Because I don't know, you see that they make good decisions, that they have good understanding of things, that they have good emotional control, that they deal with things, they just have a level of wisdom of dealing with things better than others, right? And so they kind of deserve, you feel like, damn, like this person deserves my respect because and part of that is, I don't know, sometimes part of it is listening to others, right? It's not always just like, oh, I always know the best thing to do. Part of it is sometimes you got to get the input from other people and making the decision based on that. Sometimes I think you know, what distinguishes maybe, men from women is not necessarily that men have to always, it's not that they always have to come up with the right decision on their own. It's not that they always have to like generate everything themselves, right? It's not in coming up with the best decision. It's in making the decision. It's in being able to take different points of view, different inputs, different opinions, and making the best, out of those, sorting between them and making the best one. Or even just making the decision in general, like the actual act of deciding. It's, I don't think women are really fans of deciding things. They love to give input. They love to give input. They love to, tell you different ways of looking at things. Did you consider this? Did you consider that? Did you think about this? Did you think about that? But what about this and what about that, right? They're great at they're great at thinking all, a ton of different things that are potentially things that you should be thinking about. But I still think that they would rather not take the onus on them or the responsibility on them of actually making the decision. They would rather blame, they would rather have somebody else make the decision and then blame them for whatever goes wrong, right? Doesn't mean that they wouldn't praise them when things go right, but they're allowed to blame them when things go wrong, and women stay safe from blame, right? They stay safe from, people putting the responsibility on them. I don't think women really enjoy that. Which, I mean, you can say what you want about that. I mean, whether that's a good trait or a bad trait or whatever, but it seems like it is what it is. It's just how they are. Um, but Sebastian, you got me fucking dying, bro. We need another silent music stream, dog. Hilarious. Someone has to lead. Even women are starting to speak up on this. Well, I think, I think I don't know, just let women just say, let's get out of get out of their way. Let's let women decide things from now on. See how much. I mean, we can really just quit, you know what I mean? And then see how it goes. I don't know. It's crazy that I talk about these things and I just never even had a relationship really. These are all just things that I've like just thought about from like all these things I've consumed on the internet and things I've experienced in real life, but I don't know. I think you should never have to like I don't know. I think if you're too concerned about like having sort of a dominant like leadership type role over a woman, then it probably means that you don't really deserve that role. I guess. Um, because guys who know that they make good decisions and they trust their own abilities and they think other people would be wise to trust their abilities to not only make their own decisions but listen to others and others' input. And I think they don't really worry about it because it's kind of like they just They know that it will be, I don't know, they just trust themselves. They don't understand why a woman wouldn't trust them, and if a woman doesn't trust them, then, you know, uh it's to their own, maybe to their own detriment, or he just, just kind of ends things very simply. There's no discussion over like, oh, you need to listen to me, or oh, I need to lead, or like I can't have you like discussing this and that. It's like, I find, if a woman wants a certain thing to be a particular way, um, if it's the best way, then there's no issue, if she wants things to be a certain way, and it just so happens that's the best decision, or whatever, then that's fine. But if it's not, and it's not, then I would say do it anyway, and then let her learn that you'll let her make, you'll let her make bad decisions, and then have the consequences of it. I've done this with, I think I've done this with people, like there was a time I was training Jose, my replacement, and we were coming out of the elevator in an apartment building, and we had a lot of equipment, right? And they're all on dollies. So he has like two, and I have two. And I've been in this apartment building before, right? And so I know I have a pretty good idea. Like, I'm pretty confident in where I'm going. And so I start to turn one way, and he looks and he sees an exit sign, right? Going the other way, and there's an exit, right? And he says, Martha, the exit sign, the exit sign. Oh, this way, right? And he looks like he doesn't, I don't know. He just kind of looks like he doesn't trust where I'm going, or it's almost like I saw like, okay, I don't know why I decided, but I was like, let's go that way, you know. Let's do it his way, cuz I felt like I was making a lot of the decisions, cuz this was the thing, like I'm training him, right? And he's actually older than me. He's a lot older than me. I think he's in his 40s. And I was training him all day, right? And so I'm telling him a lot of like how to do things, and like you had to do this way and this way, and like I'm showing him how to do things, right? And he hasn't really had a chance at all to, you know, demonstrate his decision making skills, right? To show, you know, you know, people like to make decisions, right? All human beings, they like to make decisions. They like to be the one who like makes a good decision, right? And sometimes the best course of action is just to let them make it, right? Just be like, okay, yeah, we'll do what you want to do. Let's do it your way, right? Let's do it your way. And it's not even a thing where it's like, fine, we'll do it your way. It's just, yeah, okay, yeah, let's do this. Complete trust in them, right? And just let them have their moment and see how it goes. And so I did that. I was like, okay, yeah, I'll follow you. And so he starts going that way, and I'm following him, or maybe I was going, or something. I can't remember who was going first. And then, we just end up like, it's just some back like door, and there's no exit. It's like completely not the way that we came in, because we're trying to find the lobby, right? And it's not the way that we came in. It's just like, it's just confusing, and there's endless like, it's not the right way, right? And so we kind of get turned around, and we're like trying to turn around and all this stuff, and there's some confusion, and it just looks like, just really inefficient. We look lost. We don't look like we know what we're doing, whatever. And then there's a maintenance guy, and he's like, he starts I think he starts speaking Spanish because I'm trying to find like something, right? I'm trying to find like a door or whatever. He starts speaking Spanish to Jose, and then Jose's like, Marcel, and he like, calls out to me. He's like, this way. He's like, no, this way was right. Yeah, you were right. And I was like, oh, okay, okay. That's all I did. I didn't say like, I know I was right, bro. Like, you're fucking stupid. You know what I mean? But the way that I was going initially, because I had been in this apartment building before many times, and I remembered I had a pretty good sense of where I was, and I knew like how to get there, right? It ended up being the right way. And so I let Jose make the decision. We ended up getting turned around and lost, right? It was this whole like scuffle, like shuffle, whatever. The maintenance guy had to tell us like where to go and like, all this stuff. And we looked like lost and it looks inefficient and kind of embarrassing and all this stuff. And that was Jose's decision. And so I wanted Jose that was a great learning experience for him. That was a great, you understand now that if you are to make a decision, then we'll do it. But you better make sure that you're right. You better make sure that it's better than mine, right? And I'll let you make it. I'll let you make it. I'm not going to be like, "Nah, bro, that's not." Because here's what would have happened is he's like, "It's the exit, Marshall. This is the exit. This is the way we're supposed to go." And I'd be like, "Nah, let's go this way. No, it's not that way. Let's go this way." Blah 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 blah. He probably would have been like, "Dude, like this guy just like never lets me make a decision or whatever." I mean, I guess I eventually would have seen that, like, okay, like this was the right decision. He made the right decision. I would have been wrong. So I guess he would have learned. He would have learned that way. But sometimes it's better just to let somebody make a decision and kind of realize how bad of a decision it was, and like kind of realize the consequences of like, the inefficiencies of making a bad decision. And it's just like I don't hold it against him. I'm not gonna like I wasn't like I didn't shove it in his face. I didn't throw it in his face. I wasn't like, bro, you didn't even like, why didn't you just listen to me? Like, no, I didn't say any of that. Nothing has to be said. That's the thing is like, nothing has to be said. He understands, like, he gets it. Like less is more, I don't have to say anything because he knows. And I saw through his body language and like what he said, he's like, yeah, that you were right. I don't know. I don't know what I was doing. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. Fine. You know? So I guess that's maybe the way that there are things like that you can do with women is like, if you really know that that you like kind of know the way, but like you see that a woman just wants to make decisions, then let her make them and then let her realize that it was the worst decision, that it wasn't. Explain to her how it's going to be worse and why your way would be better, and then just do it her way anyway, right? And then let her realize the consequences of it. And then she'll realize the consequences of it. And you don't have to throw it in her face. You don't have to be like, "Ha ha, I told you so." You don't have to like shame her or anything like that. You let the consequences speak for themselves. And then the next time that something comes up, she better know that she knows what the hell she's doing. You know what I mean? Um, I guess I just kind of see it as that, the best decision makers are like the people that deserve, I guess, the lead in certain things. They tend to, I guess, they tend to reveal themselves. They tend to naturally, organically, take that position. And the weird thing about bosses and like weird thing about most workplaces is that you might hate your boss and you might think that they make poor decisions, but ask yourself, do you really think that you could make better decisions than them, or can you just point out all the mistakes that they're making, all the things that are wrong with the decisions that they make? It's one thing to be able to point out like a wrong decision after it's been made, or to sense intuitively that this person is making poor decisions. That's one thing. To sense it intuitively and to kind of feel it is one thing. But to be able to actually articulate and explain exactly how this is not a good decision or not an optimal or efficient decision, and also suggest a better solution, that's a completely different thing. That's a completely different thing. And I think most employees are able to sense that their boss is not making optimal decisions, or that there's some sort of inefficiency with their boss's decision making or whatever. They can sense that, they can feel that, and but not many of them can specifically state what's wrong with it, how it's wrong, and suggest the correct solution or a better way forward. I don't think that's many employees that can do that. So it explains why there's so many like employees that hate their bosses and so many bosses that are not respected or well liked, but still remain the boss, because that's just, they end up being, sometimes the person in charge is just the person who the person who sometimes it's just a person who's not afraid of making mistakes, or just okay with being blamed, or okay with being hated, or just wants the the title more than anybody else, right? It's not necessarily the person who deserves it, but the person who deserves the position might not want it, or they might not be ready for it, or they might lack in other areas, right? You could have somebody who makes really good decisions, but they are terrified of being disliked, or they just don't want to take responsibility. They don't want to, they're too smart to like take on the responsibility for, what they think is not deserving amount of pay, right? For what they produce. So you could have a person who actually deserves the position, but is deserves the position in the sense that they are the best. They're probably the best decision maker, or they have the best idea of what's going on, but they are not the best for the position, in the sense that they want more money for what they're doing. They think it's a bad deal. Um, maybe they don't want to be disliked. They like things as the status quo as they are, or you know what I mean? It's kind of like a Jon Snow type thing. Like, we all know that Jon Snow should have been he would have been the best uh, king, you know, uh, at the end of Game of Thrones, but he didn't want it. He didn't want to be the king. And you know, part of I guess part of leadership positions is that you actually have to want to be a leader, or want it sufficiently enough to be in the position, not necessarily really desire it, but I don't know. Sometimes maybe that's part of the biggest problem with the world, is that the best leaders are the people who don't want to be the leader. They don't want the title. They don't want to deal with all that. There are 3 games on today. I think there's 3 games on. Is Morocco and Brazil on right now? All right. I think I addressed all the super chats. Okay. All right. Well, I'm gonna get off and I'm gonna make some food and gonna watch some soccer. So have a good night, guys. Take care.